Good morning. It's 5 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Sunny, a little bit warmer today. Our high going to about 73 this afternoon. And a warm up over the weekend. There's also a chance of showers in the evening on Mother's Day. A Metro Nashville police officer has been hospitalized after an incident along I-440 along an exit ramp. Here's Channel 4's Hunter Hoagland.
Police tell us an officer was coming on the exit ramp from 440 to West End and then spotted someone walking on the road. For reasons we still do not yet know, this incident escalated into a fight. That officer was taken to the hospital for minor injuries.
Now, Patrol Officer Peter Kinsey is his name. He later said the pedestrian, 43-year-old Joseph Rainey, grabbed his gun during an altercation and fired a shot. Another officer stopped at the scene. He was able to distract Rainey while Officer Kinsey tased him. We'll learn more about this incident after a review of the officer's body camera footage. It was the outburst heard round the nation. State Representative Justin Pearson getting in the face of a Tennessee state trooper.
What is wrong with you? Stupid mother.
It happened during yesterday's highly contentious vote that stripped the only Democrat-held congressional district and divided it amongst 3 Republican districts, potentially giving Republicans one more seat in Congress. Governor Bill Lee quickly signed that legislation. Of course, we'll have more on this throughout the morning with Dan. President Trump says the ceasefire with Iran is still on, despite a U.S. attack on some Iranian targets. Something President Trump calls a love tap.
Through some means, either missiles or through some aircraft fire, they targeted those command and control areas, and specifically those missile launch areas near on the southern part of Iran.
That's ABC's Louis Martinez. Now, the U.S. action came after Iran attacked 3 U.S. Navy destroyers, which were not harmed. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
As gas prices continue to tick up across the country, Wall Street investors appear to be pulling back with a day of losses as they wait and see how negotiation efforts between the U.S. and Iran pan out. The Dow closed 313 points down, with the Nasdaq down 33 points. The S&P 500, which saw several stocks including Apple, Intel, and Alphabet trading at record high prices earlier in the day, closed 28 points lower. Oil giant Shell beat earnings expectations, reporting $6.9 billion, raising dividends by 5%. But with the war in Iran appearing to intensify, the company's chief confirmed they will not move any ships through the Strait of Hormuz until full conviction that it's safe to do so. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Stock futures this morning looking better. We've got Dow futures up 111, NASDAQ futures up 156. S&P futures are gaining 29 points. That's the latest news. Stick around for traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. All right, so we have a problem this morning on eastbound 24. It's Old Hickory Boulevard North. That's exit 40. That's where you'll find an overturned tractor trailer, and the roadway is apparently closed off in that area this morning. So be careful. The crash is just before the Briley Parkway exit number 42. And again, the roadway 24 eastbound in Whites Creek is closed down because of it. Everything else is looking pretty normal so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I don't know, Sam. I don't know when we're going to be taking phone calls. Joan, when should we be taking phone calls today?
Right away.
Because I want to know what people think, especially the 5 o'clockers, because you 5 o'clockers really have an edge to you. And I love that about the 5 o'clockers. But I told Sam, hey, Sam, fair warning, we're going to be taking some phone calls today because I want to know what people think of that absolute flippin' moron, Justin Pearson, and what he did yesterday in the state capitol. We're going to talk about all of that. The Democrats also apparently went to secede from the state of Tennessee. We'll talk about that as well.
So you didn't give me that. You just said, we're going to be taking phone calls, and it's the way you say it. I'm like, is he messing with me?
Why would I mess with you, Sam? Why would I do that?
Because I will admit I am fun to mess with.
Well, you are almost as fun as me. But anyway, so, yeah, I'm going to want to take maybe at 5:30. 5:35, we'll take phone calls. I want to know what people, what's your reaction to what happened yesterday in the state legislature? Just as a reminder, if you have been, living under a rock for the past, I don't know, 12, 13, 14, 15 hours, Justin Pearson got in the face of a Tennessee state trooper, and this is what happened. I have video here as well. Basically setting the story, and I know a lot of you have already seen this, a lot of you have already heard this, but Justin Pearson's brother is up in the gallery. They won't leave. And so the Tennessee Highway Patrol goes up there, and Justin Pearson is up there as well, and they're trying to just get everybody out of there, and the Highway Patrol, the trooper, he is ushering them out, and everybody kind of gets, I don't know, sort of tangled up.
Stocks closed generally lower Wednesday with.
What is wrong with you? You stupid mother.
So that is Justin Pearson, and he getting a lot of attention for that. And can we all be honest? I mean, Justin Pearson, he is enjoying the infamy. Let's all be honest. He is enjoying the infamy. But number one is I'm trying to figure out the dynamic, and can we just be honest? I'm trying to figure out the dynamic of a black man calling a white man boy. Like,
It's reparations.
is that what it is?
Yeah, it's reparations.
It's reparations and payback? I mean, obviously, can you imagine if the roles were reversed? If a Tennessee highway patrolman...
A white Tennessee highway patrolman.
said that to Justin Pearson. I mean, Nashville would be burning.
Level.
Yeah, the freak out level, of course, would be through the roof. So that's number one. But number two, on the one hand, the vile language, whatever. I'm not going to pearl clutch over some MFers. But the overall behavior of the Democrats in the state legislature yesterday, Justin Pearson wasn't the only ill-behaved Democrat. You had Justin Jones lighting a Confederate flag on fire, but the Confederate flag was on a piece of paper.
It was printed on
a piece of paper.
Technically, that's the rebel flag. That's the rebel battle flag. That's not the Confederate flag. So like, we're not even using the proper. If you're going to insult the state's history, Justin Jones, use the proper names.
So he did that. We had apparently, and I'm going to try to get some of our lawmakers on today. but apparently that you had people that were trying to take over the desks of our state lawmakers as well. So you have that aspect to it. You had, what were you telling me off the air, Sam, that one of our lawmakers was, there's audio playing somewhere, one of our state lawmakers was wearing like a Trump flag.
Yeah, Todd Warner.
Todd Warner is wearing a Trump flag as he's walking through the state legislature, and people start losing their ever-loving mind on
people
that.
Look like they're about to walk up to him, maybe swing on him or something, and he's wearing it like a cape. And it says, Trump 2024 on it. And this one was like a custom made. It said no more BS at the bottom, spelled out all the way. And who do we see but FOS, friend of the station, Scott Sapicki, step in and kind of, hey guys, let's all he's expressing himself. Let's calm down. And he's got a classic Sapicki smile running across his face.
Well, and we love Scott Sapicki.
Absolutely.
I mean, he has been in the middle. I wonder if he enjoys this.
Oh, the look on his face when we play the clip later, you'll see that it was, I'm diffusing the situation, but I'm happy that I have to diffuse this situation.
Because remember, Sapicki has been in, and this is a very large individual. I mean, dude was a professional athlete.
Yeah, I was about to say, his son played college football in Memphis.
Well, he's a former professional baseball player.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Didn't he have an NFL tryout at some point?
I think.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So,
Just
I mean,
a stud.
oh, absolutely. Yeah. I don't know a lot about his professional sports career, but one thing is for certain, Scott Sapicki is a stud. And so I think that he's had to get into the grill of Justin Pearson before. I think, was that last year, Joan? Where it was Scott Sapicki and Justin Pearson was going after, I don't know if it was Cameron Sexton or who it was.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's...
Did you see the guy that had the flag on him?
Yeah, we're talking...
Oh, is that who you're talking about?
I think that's what we're talking about, right? I've not seen that. There's so much video.
There's just a ton of it.
There's so much video. And by the way, Tim Burchett is calling for Justin Pearson to be charged with a crime. Now, when Pearson screams at that white law enforcement officer and calls him boy, I think some spittle came out of his mouth. Because
you could definitely claim that. Oh yeah.
It was like an inch or two away from the trooper's face.
That trooper displayed such calm, and
he put his hands up, Joan. He put his hands up like, dude, I am not touching you.
I'm not touching you, right?
Yeah. And so and there's a part of me, and can I just say that I'm not proud of this part of me? So I want to go ahead and let people know right now. I am not proud of this part of me where I want to see Justin Jones meet Mr. Baton. Justin Pearson. Well, Justin Jones, too. Both of the Justins. I would like them to meet Mr. Baton. Just right upside the damn head. That's what I want. I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud of that.
Kids, it's Mr. Baton.
Yeah, I'm not proud of that emotional, angry side of me. I can be an angry little man sometimes. But you know what? I think it's justified. I get really angry when I see
more like Justinified.
What's that?
Justinified.
Sure. So you're right, Joan. Now, when you talk about the trooper, the trooper when he was very disciplined, you're right. But I wanted him to do something more, and I believe that he would have been justified to do something more. I do.
He was surrounded, though. I'm sure he was assessing the situation all around him. That camera angle showed just him and Justin Pearson and the brother. But you know that there was a mob surrounding him.
Oh yeah,
an angry, frothing mob.
Well, you heard the woman call the law enforcement officer a pig.
Oh gosh,
no, you heard that, right?
Hear that. No.
Right? You didn't hear that?
Was that in that
protocol?
Same clip?
Let me play it again, real quick.
Yeah.
So, and also pay attention because the officer is trying to move everybody out, and Pearson takes his arm and just sort of swings it at the officer. I don't believe he was trying to hit the officer, because I want to be fair, but he was trying to get away from the officer's grip. So I think that you could maybe say that was assault. I don't know. I would like to see him face some sort of a charge. But listen very closely to a woman standing next to Pearson, who does call the THP trooper a pig.
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
Get that? So there you go. And people loved it. People, on his side. That's the thing. Joan, you're horrified. Sam, you're horrified. I'm horrified.
I just have a little bit of insider baseball with those troopers. Before the session, before people showed up, I guarantee the conversation from their superior was, do not give them what they want.
Do not engage. Do not engage. And Sam, you're absolutely right. But you know what? Sometimes there needs to be some engagement. Because you know what I'm noticing? And in the audio that I have from Cameron Sexton and Jack Johnson is both of them agree that as all of this insanity continues to ensue in the state legislature, it's getting worse. We have Justin Jones committing arson in the state legislature. You know what I mean? And so I don't know if it's actually technically arson, but he's lighting stuff on fire.
How about the one that stood on the desk?
Yeah.
The lady in the white dress, whoever she was a state legislator of some sort, standing on the desk, trying to grab she had a sign, a banner, and somebody ripped it out of her hands, and she stood up on the desk. I mean, lady, I hope she was wearing decent underclothing, because everybody could see right up her dress, and she's up there in her heels yelling at everybody.
Honey,
it was London Lamar.
Was that London Lamar? Are you sure?
London Lamar.
Was that London Lamar?
Yeah.
I would think that London Lamar would be smarter. Like, if you're going to be jumping up on a desk, wear some sneakers and maybe a longer skirt.
She got sneakers on.
Does she have sneakers on?
Yeah, I got white canvas sneakers.
Oh, all right.
Her white dress.
Joan says she was wearing
I
high
thought
heels.
she had heels.
Whatever. Fake
Still,
news, Joan.
It was still an utter disgusting display.
Yeah.
Oh, it was.
Also, it's baby girl. It's not the time or place for that dress. That's
well, send me the link so that I can share it with people. By the way, real quick, Joan Jones, let's check the roads on WTN.
All right, so you still have a closure this morning. It's on eastbound 24 in Belshire. It's an overnight crash, which just now has been cleared. They're saying that on eastbound 24 before Briley Parkway North, they've been out there working on this all night long. So they've just cleared it. Now, I'm not sure how many lanes are open at this point, and there is a huge backup behind it. But you will find this morning that the roadway has finally been reopened after a tractor-trailer accident earlier overnight. Now, things are okay on 24 coming in from the Murfreesboro area. There's no problems on 40 so far this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, very good. Thank you, Joan. Today, sunny and 75. And I'm looking at this. This is Todd Warner wearing the Trump flag. Have you seen this video?
No.
Joan, of Todd Warner wearing the Trump flag. All right,
custom Trump flag, no less.
Do you know what we need? We need to get a hold of that Trump flag, and for the next that Todd Warner is wearing, and for the next station event, we need to have that Trump flag, and people can pay $2 for charity, and they can pose in the Trump flag worn by Todd Warner. All right, here we go. You want to see it? So people on YouTube, you can see this. And if you're listening on the radio, I'll describe it. It's a really cool looking, you said that it's a custom-made Donald Trump flag. And okay, it says Trump, and it's blue, and it's like a big cape, and it says no more bullshit. That's what it says. There you go. Thank you, Brian Wilson. The legacy lives on. Yeah, no more BS. And it looks like that's from back in 2024. So I love it. And listen, people, I guarantee you, I'm not on the super text line right now, but I guarantee you people are like, oh, well, they're trying to trigger the Democrats. I'm sorry, but what do you think jumping on the desk of Johnny Garrett was? which is one of the desks that was taken over by these insane Democrats yesterday, which, by the way, I believe that, Joan, could you call what happened yesterday an insurrection?
I would say that stopping Johnny Garrett from voting or making an attempt to stop Johnny Garrett from voting, that signifies an insurrection, absolutely.
At a minimum, it's an obstruction of an official proceeding, which I'm pretty sure like half of the January 6ers were charged with in federal court.
All right, so this is Todd Warner, and people are booing him. I love Scott Sapicki. So Scott Sapicki, you're right, Sam. He comes in, and you got all these people that are just, freaking out a little bit, and Sapicki just comes in and starts laughing. And I'm sorry, but can we ask a question? What is worse, Todd Warner walking through the state legislature with a Trump flag on that says no more BS, or Justin Pearson calling a THP trooper boy and MFering all over the place, and did that a couple of different times, or Justin Pearson lighting something on fire in the building? What is worse? Don't everybody answer at once. We all know what's worse.
Well, I mean, if we're picking in order, I gotta say that's a hazard with the amount of people around, flammable clothing in certain proximity. That was really, really stupid.
It looked like an 8.5 by 11, and he just set it on fire. He's holding it, then he drops it down to the ground, and he pats it down or pats it out with his foot. But
surprised his hair didn't catch all that product. It's shiny.
Justin Jones, his hair is shiny. I've not noticed that. Joan, is Justin Jones' hair shiny? I haven't noticed that.
No, I didn't notice that.
The whole thing goes up in flames. Whatever. Anyway, so I don't know. I'm not mad at these. You know what? I'm mad at Pearson for doing what he did, verbally assaulting the trooper. I'm really angry with Justin Pearson for that. I truly am. I'm proud of the trooper for holding up his hands and being the better man, because he absolutely was the better man, the trooper. I want to know who he is. Like, I would love to get an interview with him. Oh, can you imagine? But they won't come on. I mean, there's probably going to be some sort of, legal stuff related to all of this, and they won't let him talk. But, oh, can you imagine the interview you could have with him? Because I think that he did incredible things. And you know what? This is the deal. The Democrats yesterday, again, escalating their behavior. So what both Jack Johnson and Cameron Sexton both have said is that yesterday was the worst they've ever seen. Well, it keeps escalating. That's the point that I was going to make earlier, is these people keep escalating. And so I understand whose house, our house, right? What they keep doing. I get that. I get that it's the people's house, but you know what? The people need to show some decorum. And if they can't show some decorum, then out they go. And I don't know, at some point, this is going to be an unpopular opinion, but at some point, do we start taking names of these people who come in and do all of this foolishness and not let them in because they're doing this? It's like, okay, so you came in last time and you are verbally assaulting our law enforcement officers. You are verbally assaulting our state lawmakers. And you are actively trying to stop us from conducting state's business. So you will not be allowed in next time.
I have officially found the worst part of this.
Okay.
Afton Bain posted a 3-minute Cry Me a River video.
Oh, did she really?
Oh, yeah.
We must have that.
Okay.
And a correction, shout out to Kate Kenny in YouTube chat. That was Representative Charlene Oliver. She was standing on her own desk looking.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Someone
misidentified.
On Twitter, yeah.
Okay. So it was Charlene Oliver?
Yes.
Who was wearing sneakers and a too short of a white dress?
Yep.
Okay.
Bingo.
A little too tight, too.
All right, 524, Super Talk 99.7. I'm gonna try to get Johnny Garrett on. And I don't have that set up yet. And maybe Scott Sapicki, too. I don't want to overplay my hand with these guys. But it would be nice to have them on to talk about their own perspectives of all of this. Because, man, you want to talk about right there in the fray. Johnny Garrett was right there. We're going to talk to him, hopefully, later on today. It is 5:25 on Super Talk 99.7, and Joan's got the news coming up at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, the redrawing of the congressional lines there sent one state lawmaker over the edge. We'll tell you what he is now demanding coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It's now 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We'll have sunshine, a little bit warmer today, high right around 75 degrees. Now, there is a warm up over the weekend and a slight chance of showers in the evening on Sunday. Of course, that is Mother's Day. The raucous nature of the Tennessee legislature's vote on redistricting made national news last night. It played out on newscasts around the country. The change in congressional districts is now law because Governor Bill Lee has already signed it. Meantime, there are some in the state legislature that say passing the change is a line in the sand for them. State Representative Antonio Parkinson.
The passing of that bill was as egregious as I've seen.
But the new lines drawn in the Tennessee congressional districts aren't the only new boundaries Parkinson says are in the conversation.
I'm advocating to become a state.
Parkinson is calling for Memphis to leave the volunteer state altogether.
Let my people go.
And his vision even stretches beyond the Shelby County border. He's calling for the state to split at the eastern border of Davidson County, which saw a similar split by redistricting back in 2022.
And that's Channel 4's Sarah Allen reporting. The so-called hantavirus ship is headed to the Canary Islands now. The CDC has designated the outbreak of the rodent-related virus a level 3. That is the lowest such classification. 7 U.S. citizens were on board from several different states. They were among the 29 passengers who disembarked late last month after first death was reported. Over 100 people are still on board.
A passenger still on the ship told us overnight no one currently has any Hanta-related symptoms, and we hope it continues this way, adding people are taking the situation calmly. 3 people who were on the cruise have died. The ship is set to arrive in Spain's Canary Islands Sunday, where passengers will be medically assessed before they're allowed to return home.
That's ABC's Lionel Moise. And Kyle Rittenhouse back in the news. He posted on his X account that he's been hospitalized after being bitten by a recluse spider, happening while he was hunting. The post read that communists couldn't take me out, and I'll be damned if I let a brown recluse take me out. Brown recluse spider bites, however, are rarely deadly, but their venom can cause necrosis or the death of tissue at the location of the bite. That is the latest news. Stick around for traffic. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. In Jolson this morning, it's pretty slow on the 24 eastbound side between Whites Creek and Old Hickory Boulevard North. That's just lingering delays from a crash earlier this morning that was finally cleaned up. It was overnight. It was there all night long. So they cleaned it up just in time for the rush hour to begin. Just a little slow there still. 24 west through the Laverne and Smyrna area looking pretty good so far this morning. I see no delay so far on 40. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Oh, you've got to see, Joan, what's happening in the studio right now.
Oh, no. What is happening?
Sam has decided to make this segment all about him because he is actually, and you should be making it all about you, Sam, because you're graduating today. So
and we're very proud of you.
So
honey.
he's put on his graduation hat with it. What's that thing called? The tassel?
Yeah.
All right. So he's put on his graduation hat with the tassel. As I joked yesterday, you're on. Sam is actually on like the 10-year graduation plan.
I know, right?
So,
How old are you, Sam? You're like 35?
No, what? Stop it.
Okay.
30.
Well,
30.
the age is obviously showing on Joan because, she's now 70.
Stop. Oh, my gosh.
I guess you don't want to
see
live
the
to be
awful
60.
There was a super texter yesterday that said something about I have lines and wrinkles that make me look 80.
Are you kidding me?
No.
It's the camera quality.
Well, you ought to tell that person that they can, pee right off.
I'm going to get into his face and go, boy.
That's clip it. You got to clip it. All right. Very quickly. So we've got a couple of things. Johnny Garrett is going to join us at 6:36.
Oh, good.
Do you know what I'm going to ask Johnny Garrett? Because Johnny Garrett is a highfalutin attorney, right? So I'm going to ask Johnny Garrett, what charges could Justin Pearson face? Because I believe that he spit on that THP trooper. So that's number one. Number two, you could be perhaps charging him with assault and, standing in the way of government business and all of that kind of stuff. So that is going to be at 6:36. And also he had some of these morons were standing literally on his desk.
On his standing on his either on his desk or from the pictures, it was a weird angle, but it looked like maybe they took his chair and pushed it in the middle of, like, between two desks so that he couldn't walk between the desks and get to the point where he could vote.
Hey, Joan.
Yeah.
I've got a great Daily Dan poll. How long do you believe it will be before Sam takes his highfalutin degree and leaves?
I'm thinking like the end of next week.
Yeah, I was going to say, what time is it? Hey, Sam, will you stay till 9 at least, please? So, because, Sam is graduating, and so I can't imagine that he wants to continue at his ripe old age of 35, that he wants to continue to earn minimum wage here at the radio station.
They earn that much?
Well, we took away their ability to get tips, so we had to give them a little bit of a raise.
I see,
So anyway, so there you go. So yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Joan? I think Sam will be here for probably another month before he goes off and finds something better to do with his time than hang out with the two of us in the morning. Which by the way, if he does decide to leave, it's because of you, not me.
I don't think so.
Really? Because you know what, Joan, you're outbursting lately. You went rawr. That's exactly right. That was little Joan Jones, and
then this morning I boyed.
You boyed. That's exactly right. So I can understand she can be a little intimidating to work with, Sam. So if you want to go someplace else where you feel a little more safe and in your comfort zone, Sam, I certainly would understand that. But I say Sam is going to be here for about another month. What say you?
I'm going to give it less than a month. I'll go like 2 weeks because I think that he can, employers are out there looking for people to come work now because they know they've got all these graduates. So he's probably out there interviewing daily right now.
Well, and we all know that Sam likes to pontificate on the law.
Right.
So he comes from a law family. And so why would he not go off and scurry off to law school or whatever it is? So here's what I think. Daily Dan poll. How long? You'll notice Sam is like, can't get a word in edgewise. So Daily Dan poll. How long before Sam quits after graduating today? 1 month?
You're going 1 month. I'm going 2 weeks.
Okay, so 2 weeks, 1 month, 2 months. What time is it? I think
that's the last question. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the last answer.
Yeah.
I think that would be appropriate. And by the way, just for the record, I want Sam to stay. I do.
We need.
It's only one of
Sam.
us that has been trying to drive Sam away, and it's certainly not me.
I'm
Joan.
nice to Sam.
Anyway, so we love Sam, and Sam, congratulations. Hey Sam, hey Joan, watch this.
Yeah.
Hey Joan, do you remember the time when I asked Scott Sapicki what his minor league batting average was, and how that really didn't go really well for yours truly?
Right.
I thought that he would never come on again. Hey Sam, what's your GPA?
3.75.
Hey Joan,
What's your degree in?
Bachelor's of Science in Media Communications, concentration, broadcast media.
How sad for you.
I was going to say, did you talk to anybody about that before you did it?
Actually, that's one of the higher paying comm degrees out of the department.
Why didn't you go for basket weaving?
You know, Greek philosophy is good. You could have done that.
Actually, I know a guy with a philosophy degree. No job.
How about feminine studies?
Oh,
yes, because
there
of the
you go.
abundance of-
Feminine studies. By the way, here's another great idea from the super text line for a Daily Dan poll. If the money went to, like, I don't know, the Nashville Rescue Mission, would you donate money to the Nashville Rescue Mission and we would basically pay Justin Pearson to get tased?
Oh.
Like, what? I'm asking a question.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd pay $10 to see dude get tased. I mean, you think he has a sense of humor? If he has a charitable heart, he will allow the.
He will, yes.
Oh, could you imagine? Get the THP trooper to tase Justin Pearson, and if we make a certain threshold of money, like $10,000, he'll agree to get tased by that trooper.
And then they got to shake hands and walk away.
That's exactly right. That's what they need to do.
After he's done peeing himself from being tased.
Whatever. Anyway. All right. Oh, by the way, you know what I was going to.
Antivirus from that. Because it comes from rodents.
Oh.
I'm sorry. That was so wrong.
Savage, man.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, real quick.
Yeah.
Brent Taylor. So one of the things that's out there, Brent Taylor has now announced that he is going to run for the 9th Congressional District.
Yeah.
So, I mean, awesome. We love Brent Taylor. He is, I've liked him for a long time. So good luck to him. Afton Bain. Are you ready for some Afton Bain? So Afton Bain
We must.
has a 3-minute soliloquy on what tough a day it was in Tennessee yesterday. So she's in her Jeep. I guess she's in her car. And she says, it's a tough day for Tennessee. And she takes her head and she like puts it down, her forehead, puts it down there on the...
On the dashboard?
No, the
Steering
kind of
wheel.
She's got a really grody steering wheel.
Yeah.
Like if I buy her a steering wheel cover, would she use it?
Well, and for the audio only audience, she's dressed like somebody at a Hunger Games. Like, I don't know what this style blouse is with this golden brooch or whatever, but she looks like one of the elite from the Hunger Games.
It looks a little Hillary Clinton-ish, is what it looks like.
I wonder if it's a pantsuit.
Here's Afton Bain.
Today was really hard.
You know what's so funny? So we all know how to make videos, right? So she leaves like, I don't know, what was it? That was 8 seconds. 8 seconds of drama where she's making sad face to the camera as opposed to tightening it up right to the vocal.
In fact, excruciating. Bone crunching sad. The Tennessee legislature passed new congressional maps to eliminate our last democratically held congressional seat in the state of Tennessee, while our Republican colleagues in the Senate and the House laughed and looked on.
I personally did like the Trump banner wearing Todd Warner.
Did you hear the bird telling her to shut up in the background?
Is that crow for shut up?
Laughed and looked on.
That's crow for shut the hell up.
One, I want to thank each and every one of you who showed up to the Capitol the last few days, who called in sick, who left work to join us and observe the degradation of our democracy and to stand against tyranny. And with all of us, we see you and we're grateful for you.
Stand up against tyranny while Justin Pearson is yelling at a state trooper calling him boy.
Yeah.
And how they're standing on desks and lighting things on fire inside the state legislature. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they are the ones that are standing up to tyranny.
If it had really been like the 1950s or 60s, if this really was the most racist state in America, that trooper would have laid him out.
Absolutely.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to say thank you to the legislative staff, to the organizers and activists that lost sleep and ensured that today was one that the state will never forget and that history books will write about. And to my colleagues, I would have loved to have engaged in some civil disobedience, but this moment requires us to be accomplices. And what that means is that you step back, especially if you're a white person, you step back and you elevate Black voices and Black leadership. And so
What? So if you are a white voice, you've got to take a step back and allow the Black voices to lead? Is that what she said?
Yeah.
Well, isn't that what Justin Pearson did? I mean, he's the one bellowing around the state legislature calling people boy.
Well, if that's what she believes, why is she still talking?
That's why the Crow was telling her to shut up.
you step back and you elevate Black voices and Black leadership. And so that is, for those of you that ask, like, why didn't I speak today? It's because that was more important to me, was to ensure more space for Black leadership and Black voices. And so I was busy organizing. I'm sure you all saw me running around on my phone, trying to ensure that testimony was covered, preserved in the Tennessee Code, annotated in perpetuity, and that things ran smoothly. And so for those of you that have done your own organizing, you understand that these events don't happen in a vacuum. So what's going to happen next? I'm so enraged. I'm so full of rage. And what I want you all to understand, Tennessee is not hopeless. The state is not hopeless.
No. I have never been, I don't know about you, Joan, you and I are both transplants. I have never been happier with my state of Tennessee, ever. I've been here 12 years and a couple of months. Never been happier with my state. I'm very proud of my state
cool
for what they did.
And here at this time, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We are a state that abolished the convict leasing system. We are a state that encompassed the intellectual capital of the civil rights movement. I know a lot of you feel like Tennessee is a hopeless place right now, but you have to also reconcile with the fact that we are a state of beginnings and possibilities. We're a state that birthed the Tennessee Valley Authority. We are a state that can come together and do big and bold things.
I thought the redistricting was pretty big and bold. How about you guys?
Yeah, no,
yeah,
I
Joan?
think we can do great things without the Democrats.
I'm pretty sure that was bold.
Big and bold.
Very.
Yeah, love it.
And right now, I'm asking you, as you are feeling like the world is collapsing and closing in, to radically reimagine what is possible right now. And we are not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. In fact,
Well, Democrats are not going to Congress in the House of Representatives in this state. Is that what she meant, Joan, by we're not going anywhere? I think that's what she meant. Well, Democrats from Tennessee will not be going to the House of Representatives. Maybe she meant something else.
I'm not going anywhere.
No, you're not.
I'm just getting started, and you should be too. So sleep up, get some sleep.
Sure.
Tomorrow's a new day. I'm very proud of you all. Let's keep fighting.
Oh, there you go. Afton Bain.
Does it do you any good to have a 30-something-year-old unmarried childless woman tell you she's proud of you? Because it does nothing for me.
I mean, I'm not going to make any comments on her childless life. It's a decision. Joan, do you have any comment on that? I got nothing.
None. No, I
like.
only
Do you know
say
what I like?
kind things.
I like how we're like keeping it to policy, and then Sam just goes right for the jugular. Right for the jugular. I would say that the reason, Afton Bain, And I think she's not married because she doesn't want to be married, obviously. Because she's an attractive woman.
Doesn't she play for a different team?
Yeah, or something. Doesn't she have like a trans partner in the whole thing?
I don't know, guys. Why do you do this to me? You two drag me into places that I don't want to go every single morning. I love you both. Sam, when are you leaving again? By the way, what is the, so have you put up the Daily Dan poll yet? How quickly will Sam quit after he walks the graduation line today and throws his hat up in the air?
The majority are banking on 2 months before I exit this building for good at 48% of the vote. I also threw in there 1.5 months. That's leading last with 15%.
Ooh, okay, Joan, that's the answer. Sam is going to leave in 6 weeks. Okay.
6 weeks. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Very good.
I mean, you get the countdown when the 2-week notification goes in.
Are you going to be nice enough to give us 2 weeks' notice?
Of course.
That'd be very sweet of you, Sam.
You think
Thank
I would just pull a... My name's not that other guy.
Okay. I'm not sure what other guy you're talking about.
Are you talking about KGB?
What?
Oh, okay. Stop. Everybody stop. Anyway.
Yeah, just stop.
Yeah, so... Yeah, I think... I appreciate how upset Afton Bain is. It is a big, serious thing for them. There's so much performative stuff going on here, though. By the way,
right up her alley to have this ability, this platform to be able to emote all over.
Did you notice
emoting all over?
Did you notice the amount of jump cuts?
I did.
Yeah,
I did. A lot of so people that were not watching on, if you're listening, there's a lot of edits in that thing. So.
Well, but that means she was pulled over on the side of the road somewhere or in a driveway making this video. It's only 3 minutes long, but it may have taken her somewhere close to 20 to 30 to get it all right. Like you said, performative.
Well, yeah. And by the way, Justin Pearson, a lot of folks on the super text line, very smart people, saying, listen, Justin Pearson would have liked nothing more than to get arrested. Justin Jones would have liked nothing more than to get arrested. And they're absolutely right. Do you know what I feel like? I feel like that THP trooper outsmarted Justin Pearson, which really isn't all that hard to do. 5:54, Jones got the news at 6. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here in the news at 6 o'clock. Wait till you hear how Nashville announced its solidarity with Memphis last night. Oh, wait till you hear these words. It's coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
558 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, I know that you already saw this, but real quickly, 9538 on the Super Text line. Holy moly, has he been triggered? So we're just Sam and I are having a little bit of fun off the air, reading the ramblings of 9538. And part of what he says is, and he's just like rapid firing hatred. Dan, you're shaming fat people? Well, you're bald as hell and old as hell. Well, for the record, I don't believe that I was shaming fat people. I'm actually the guy that always tries to tamp down everybody else when that starts. Sam, fat as hell and ugly. Congratulations,
this is the
Sam.
same guy.
Yeah.
This is the guy that talked about my lines yesterday.
Yeah, Sam, you look fat as S on cam. Shut up, dude. I mean, first of all, camera adds 10 pounds. Second of all, been hustling for a degree. So, yeah, I've been lacking. I could, still break your legs, though.
9538 also says, Dan is a freaking creep married to a young woman. Are you related to Bill Belichick? Jelly much?
I was about to say, what Belichick is doing is actually creepy. Dan just scores at the highest level.
It's exactly right. I know it's shocking, too, isn't it? 17 years my junior. I'm not ashamed of it.
It's when you're at the state fair and you see the little guy swing the hammer and shoots the bell all the way to the top, you're like, damn!
That's me. And then he says, and I don't really understand this one, Dan, why are you bald? You know what they say about bald men, right?
No, and I don't think we want to know.
Moving right along. Look it up.
You can't get tangled in their hair?
It's 6 o'clock, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Six o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And Nashville is still smoldering this morning after yesterday's leftist mob display in the state legislature. The vice mayor of Nashville opened last night's Metro Council meeting. Her name is Angie Henderson. Listen to this.
Welcome, council and community members, on what is a dark day for democracy and voting rights in Tennessee. As elected officials, we will do our best, as always, to make sure Nashvillians have the information they need to exercise their vote in an increasingly confusing and unfair environment where partisan state officials are disenfranchising Tennesseans and choosing their voters.
Yes, some lawmakers are calling for charges to be brought against State Rep Justin Pearson for his verbal assault on a state trooper. Meantime, the problems are bigger for Memphis than just the loss of a Democrat district. The Tennessee legislature also passed a bill to take over the Memphis Shelby County schools. It's now headed to Governor Bill Lee's desk, where it could become law. Apple has agreed to a $250 million settlement to resolve claims that it misled consumers about artificial intelligence features in its latest iPhones. If you qualify, you can get a piece of the pie. Just submit a claim confirming that you purchased one of the eligible devices with enhanced Siri features. Check Apple's website for details. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
The Justice Department investigating suspicious oil trades made just before major announcements by President Trump. Sources tell ABC News the DOJ is looking into at least 4 trades, which made a total of $2.6 billion, betting on price swings in the global oil markets. Some of those bets placed minutes before President Trump's major announcements about the war. The massive payouts raising concerns about insider trading. Whirlpool shares plunging as the appliance manufacturer cut its financial forecast in half and announced it will be suspending dividends it's been paying since 1950. The company planning to raise prices to get back to profitability following the lead of Maytag and KitchenAid, which increased prices by 10% last month and now say they'll boost prices by another 4% in July. Looking ahead, this morning's April jobs report is expected to show growth of just 55,000 jobs, but that would be enough to keep unemployment at a comparatively low 4.3%. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Stock futures this morning on the plus side. We've got the Dow futures up 144 points. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Jolson this morning, watch that it is stop-and-go traffic from Whites Creek Pike southbound between Bear Hollow Road and Old Hickory Boulevard. It's delayed from drivers who were detouring around a closure on 24 earlier this morning. Starting to slow down on 24 westbound, Laverne all the way into Nashville, and no delays on 65 north through Brentwood so far. 40 looks okay. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN for a Friday. How are you? May 8th, and hope you're doing well. Sunny and 75 today. And Joan, real quick, because I don't have the weekend weather in front of me, but from what I understand, it's going to rain on Mother's Day, maybe, possibly. What's up with that?
In the evening, and they're talking about maybe just some showers in the evening on Sunday. The day during the day when you take mom out to brunch or do something lovely for mom, like you should, it'll be very nice. It says except for a few afternoon clouds, mainly sunny, high of 81 on Sunday.
Why would Mother Nature have it rain on Mother's Day?
No. Mother Nature is saving it for the evening hours.
Oh, is that what she's doing?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Very good. All right, you excited for Mother's Day real quick? Joan, you excited for Mother's Day? What are you asking for real quick?
I don't ask for anything, Dan. What I get is a lovely family and some grateful children.
And then when you don't get what you want, you make everybody pay?
That's right.
That's exactly right.
Well,
wash the dishes.
She did a good enough job raising them that they know what to get her.
That's exactly
right. If they fail
right.
to meet the expectation, there will be a good scolding.
There you go. That's exactly right.
And a thumping.
So apparently, and coming up at 6:35, we will get to Johnny Garrett. Of course, he was in the midst of all of that chaos yesterday. We're going to ask him. Do you know what I really want to ask State Rep Johnny Garrett? What I really want to ask him is, because he's a highfalutin attorney. So Justin Pearson, with what he did yesterday, could he face any charges? Like Johnny Garrett would know. And
Johnny Garrett could he bring them personally? Well, he could. I wonder if Johnny Garrett could bring charges personally against the people who tried to block him from voting.
Yeah, because that's part of. I mean, one of the reasons I want to have him on is because there were some of these nut jobs on the left that actually did try to prevent him from voting. I mean, I don't know if I want to ask him about whether or not he thinks this is an official insurrection. I don't think I want to put him in that position, but going to talk to him at 6:35, 6:36, and we'll get his perspective on what happened yesterday in the state legislature. Now, breaking news from CNN, where President Trump, I'm not sure why this is breaking news, but they're saying that it is, that the ceasefire is still on. Now, can I just say that as far as ceasefires go, there's been a lot of things fired within this ceasefire. So Donald Trump, got some video. Donald Trump was asked yesterday, because here's what happened yesterday. And Joan, correct me if I'm wrong, but some of these little fast boats, a bunch of them tried to take out our big old destroyers in the Strait of Hormuz. How'd that work out for them? So a couple of things happened. You had these little fast boats. They fired on our tankers. Our tankers actually fired upon some of the infrastructure within the Iranian ports. And so we exacted some revenge on Iran. Donald Trump, though, is saying that the ceasefire is still on. As a matter of fact, this is part of what he had to say. This was yesterday.
After these strikes, is the ceasefire with Iran still on?
Yeah, it is. It's they trifled with us today. We blew them away. They trifled. I call that a trifle. I'll let you know when there's no ceasefire. You won't have to know. If there's no ceasefire, you're not going to have to know. You're just going to have to look at one big glow coming out of Iran. Wow. And they better sign their agreement fast.
So there you go. It was a trifle, apparently, is what Iran did. And part of it, and the other thing is, what the other thing that Trump said, did you hear this? He said, well, it was just a love tap, what we did to them. It was just a love tap.
I love that.
That's very funny. So, I mean, for as far as ceasefires go, there's been a lot of firing during this ceasefire, but right now it seems like the ceasefire is holding, I guess. I don't know how you define a ceasefire at this point, but Iran is supposed to, and I don't know if you have this, Joan. You probably do, but I read last night anyway that Iran is supposed to respond to that 14-point paper at some point today.
Memorandum,
whatever you want to call it. Yeah, the 14-point piece of paper today.
That seemed to be kind of a moving line. I wasn't really sure because they said yesterday that it would have been at the end of by the end of business yesterday.
Yeah.
And then today.
It just feels like. Well, actually, you know what Trump said yesterday? Trump said yesterday that there really is no deadline. Like, don't even bother to ask. This is kind of what he said.
Yeah.
Don't even ask me about deadlines.
Right.
Because deadlines just at this point they are non-existent. I think the president is doing everything he can to try to get this whole thing figured out. And I like how he said, though, that you'll know when the ceasefire is no longer happening because you'll just see a big glow coming off of where Iran used to be. So that is the president, and we'll have to see where it goes. But a lot of people, and part of what the president needs to do, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this today, but part of what the president needs to do is he's got a history of criticizing Barack Obama's deal with Iran back in 2015. John Kerry and Barack Obama, the Iranian nuclear deal. And Trump said that was the worst deal ever. And so I've seen all these different stories now. And I think the media is trying to do this on purpose, where what they're trying to do is kind of paint Donald Trump into a corner, because he is about to engage in an agreement with Iran. And the media is trying to, and they're going to try to spin it as Trump's deal is just like the deal that Obama had, and it's the deal that Trump said it was terrible, and Donald Trump has entered into literally the same deal. That is what the media and the Democrats are going to try to spin. But it's all about, and I think I may have said this yesterday, but it's all about the transparency. It's all about being able to have our inspectors, and maybe it's, literally inspectors from Israel and the U.S., having full range and full transparency and full access to wherever they want to go in Iran. We are able to go.
And none of this IAEA inspectors.
Oh, those people are a joke.
They truly are a joke. They have never been able to get past Iran's games.
No.
So let's
I mean,
not
personally,
even go
I
there.
think they're in on it with Iran.
Yeah.
IAEA, the International Atomic Enforcement Agency. I don't remember what it is, but they're like the International Nuclear Agency. They're like the International Nuclear Watchdogs, if I'm not mistaken.
International Atomic Energy Agency.
There you go. And Iran has been fooling them for years, and so they're not a good barometer as to whether or not Iran is actually manufacturing or trying to manufacture nuclear weapons and trying to enrich uranium past 60%, 70%, 80%, 90% as well. We need our own inspectors. We need Israeli inspectors in there, really, is what we need.
Oh, yeah.
That is what we need. It is coming up on 6:15, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads. All right, as far as your weather goes, today sunny and 75. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Again, Johnny Garrett's going to be joining us here in just a few minutes to give us his perspective on what happened yesterday. Joan, you played this earlier in the 5 o'clock hour. I got some video. This is Representative Antonio Parkinson, who basically what he wants to do is he wants to secede from the state of Tennessee.
And if that is the case, let me make it easier for you. Let Memphis secede from the state of Tennessee. You don't have to redraw maps when you let us out. Let my people go.
Hey, Joan, you know what you'd call the state?
No.
State of confusion?
Yeah.
That'd be Memphis.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sam. All right. Jack Johnson was on with Matt Murphy yesterday following all of this chaos that was happening in the state legislature. And by the way, so he doesn't really specify it there. He doesn't want to secede to like Arkansas or Mississippi. He literally wants to start his own state, which obviously he's just being dumb. Because that's what we saw yesterday was a whole lot of dumb. The Senate Majority Leader was on with Murphy's show, and he said it was a sad day for the state legislature.
And it saddens me. It saddens me that we lost all decorum in the state Senate. Our Democratic colleagues decided to disrupt the proceedings and inflame people that were there in the gallery. And I've certainly been there when there were disruptions in the gallery, and the state troopers had to come in and remove people who were screaming or yelling, and that's going to happen from time to time. But to have our own members of the body who serve in the Senate to just throw all of our rules of decorum out the window and just let proceedings devolve into total chaos, that saddens me. It's beneath the dignity of the Senate. We can disagree. And we do frequently, and we have vigorous debates, and that's what we should do. That's what our constituents elect us to do. But to stand up on your desk and start screaming, as one of our members did today, is an absolute disgrace to the state Senate and to the General Assembly, and I'm ashamed.
One of the things that we all talked about is when the Democrats were in charge way back when, and they did their own redistricting, and their maps were so incredibly disjointed and convoluted. Yet, they have the audacity to complain about what the Republicans are doing now. The Senate Majority Leader remembers those days, actually, back when, and he spoke about one Steve Cohen. That's right, Steve Cohen, the congressman, who was in the state legislature at the time and voted for that cockeyed map.
But I lived in that district. I lived in that, what at the time was the 7th Congressional District. And he literally had the audacity to complain about a proposed district that we ended up passing that stretched from Shelby County to Williamson County. Well, he voted for a map in 2002 when he was a member of the state Senate and in the majority, at that time Democrats were the majority party, for a district that not only went from Shelby County to Williamson County, but also had a tiny little finger that went up to Montgomery County, a far more gerrymandered, far more convoluted, and if your listeners haven't done so, they can easily find that map online and look at it and compare that map. And the 4th district went from Mississippi to, I think, Virginia, from one end of the state to the other. So for them to make any allegations of gerrymandering, my good friend who presented the bill that had the map, Senator John Stevens, who's from West Tennessee, Carroll County, did an outstanding job. And this is a map that maximizes our partisan advantage. And when it comes to the federal government, we don't have a lot of say. We don't have a lot of levers to pull. But one that we do have and has been given to us by the United States Constitution is the right to draw these maps.
Well, and he's right, obviously. And, we can be, and here's the challenge that Republicans have. The challenge that Republicans have is that we can be, and we can be as rational as we are and have been. But the reality is that when you're dealing with an irrational other side, the words of a Jack Johnson or Cameron Sexton or Matt Murphy or anybody else don't matter, in the sense that, these folks on the left will continue to do what they're going to do and act like they're going to act. And there really is nothing that we can do about it. Now, Sam and I were talking off the air, and he plugged it into Grok because we're talking about whether or not Justin Pearson will be expelled. And, Sam seems to think, or Grok seems to think, that the state legislature will expel Justin Pearson. I'm going to ask Johnny Garrett what he thinks about this because, the last time they expelled the two Justins, they just were voted right back in by their constituents. So, and I guarantee you that they have more street cred now, particularly Justin Pearson. They've got more street cred now than they did back a couple of years ago when they started the hijinks and shenanigans way back when. So I'll ask Johnny Garrett, what kind of punishment will, particularly Pearson, for yelling at that THP trooper, what kind of punishment should he have from the legislative body? Now, one of the things that both Jack Johnson and Cameron Sexton said is that the Tennessee Highway Patrol, I guess they're all looking at it. So the state legislature is looking at, what kind of consequences they can, put on those lawmakers that, led to all of this chaos yesterday. But also from an actual legal standpoint, did Pearson actually break any laws? Did he assault that police officer, that THP trooper? Because here's the thing. It looks to me, and we talked about this in the 5 o'clock hour, it looks to me like when he screamed boy, when Pearson yelled boy at that white THP officer, he was within maybe an inch of his face, and I think that he spit on him. And that, I believe, is assault. So that's number one. Number two, he did put his hand on the THP trooper as well. So there's a number of things, and I actually looked this up. Let me do one more audio bite of Jack Johnson. Then I'm going to talk about what kind of charges Pearson could be facing from a legal standpoint, because I as well looked this up.
Our objective with this is to send 9 members of Congress. We have 9 congressional districts. The General Assembly gets to draw those lines. And we want to make sure that we draw those lines in a manner that sends 9 congressional representatives to Washington as members of the United States House of Representatives that will reflect Tennessee's conservative values. The map that we passed today in both the State House and the State Senate and has been signed by the governor reflects those values. We did our job today.
And as I said in the 5 o'clock hour, a lot of people on the left, Afton Bain, and we had some fun with her 3-minute monologue on how, she is very sad for the state of Tennessee, et cetera. As I said in the 5 o'clock hour, I'm extraordinarily proud of my state, as a matter of fact. Because what's so interesting is, the left talks about the tyranny, the tyranny of the Republicans in this state. I don't know, but what I saw yesterday in the state legislature, that actually, what the Democrats were doing, that looked like tyranny. That looked like bullying. That looked like trying to stop an official, what did you say, Joan? An official function of the state government from actually being executed. That's what they did. So if you want to talk about tyranny, we certainly can, because it does seem to me like the tyranny, the tyrannical is on the left side of the aisle, not the right. And by the way, if you hate Tennessee, I would say to Afton Bain and Justin Pearson and Justin Jones, if you hate Tennessee so much because of our elected officials and our elected supermajority in the state legislature, you can always move. But as we have talked about before, Joan, is that Justin Pearson or Justin Jones or Gloria Johnson, they can move if they would like to California.
There's California. There's also they wouldn't have to go that far. Alabama is right next door. Oh, yeah, that's pretty conservative too. Maybe they could go eastward toward South Carolina. Oh, wait a minute. That's also redistricting its efforts too.
Arkansas, Mississippi. And so, but here's the other thing. The reason why they don't want to move is because they would be nothing special in California or in Illinois. They would just be a run-of-the-mill, insane asylum-type Democrat, liberal, progressive, whack job. So, whatever. So very quickly, because I can only do this quickly, but I looked up all of the type of charges that Pearson could face. Disorderly conduct, interfering or resisting law enforcement, simple assault of a law enforcement officer, and harassment of a public servant. Those are the 4, according to Grok. I'm going to ask Johnny Garrett that very same question. Again, Johnny Garrett, a very accomplished attorney. And so we'll ask him what he thinks about all of this. Straight ahead, 6:24. Joan's got the news at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, so coming up here, we'll tell you which news organization claims that Iran can tread water with U.S. bombing it for months. It's coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
May and I am counting down the days until the Glock Store's 6th annual open house. It's coming up in just a few weeks now, Saturday, May 30th. This is a huge two-way event. I've been telling you about the raffles. We just got word a few days ago that they're going to be giving away over $50,000 worth of incredible two-way gear, including 3 Glocks, all in one day at the open house on Saturday, May 30th. And just so you know, this is twice what they gave away last year. And again, they're giving away 3 Glocks plus some red dot optics and Radiant ramjets as well. If it is the latest and greatest in two-way gear, they're going to be giving it away at the Glock Store's 6th annual open house coming up on Saturday the 30th. Come say hello to me, Chris, and Matt as well. We can't wait to see you there. And by the way, bring an appetite. They've got food trucks and vendors, great deals, amazing equipment, and a whole lot more. Incredible conversations about guns as well. Now remember, the earlier that you arrive, the better your chances of entering and winning those raffles. I love this, and I can't wait. So come on out, Saturday, May 30th from 10 to 2. The Glock Store has been my two-way store for years. Whether I'm buying, blinging, or repairing my gun, or training on how to use my gun. It is the Glock Store, shoot270.com and glockstore.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. All right, so I do have some advice. If you're a guy and Mother's Day is on Sunday and you haven't done anything yet for your wife or for your mom, maybe for a daughter or whatever it is, head on over to Brentwood Jewelry, man, and get mom, sister, wife, whatever. Get her a great set of earrings, maybe a necklace, because Brentwood Jewelry, anytime there's a special holiday, anytime you need something special for a special person in your life, go to Brentwood Jewelry. They've got necklaces and earrings and bracelets and rings, you name it. They've got it at Brentwood Jewelry. Great prices, terrific selection as well. Now, it is May, and we got a lot of weddings coming up, of course. And so Brentwood Jewelry is the best place to get engagement rings. You've got to check out their vast selection of wedding bands and semi-mount engagement rings and loose diamonds as well. They've got rings for, again, every budget and every style for both men and women. They are the official jewelry store of the Mandis House. I bought Amy a couple of amazing pairs of earrings, and she bought me my favorite watch. So check them out online, BrentwoodJewelry.com. They'll never let you down. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Again, BrentwoodJewelry.com.
Jones with your top stories. The ink is barely dry on Governor Bill Lee's signature, which made the new congressional districts a law. And now the announcement of who will run for the seat that's now held by Democrat Steve Cohen.
Minutes after the Tennessee Senate passed the new proposed congressional map redrawing district lines, Republican Senator Brent Taylor announced his campaign to run for Tennessee's 9th congressional district, currently represented by Democratic Congressman Steve Cohen. In a statement announcing his campaign for Congress, Taylor attacked Representative Justin Pearson and Congressman Cohen, saying, quote, "Woke Justin Pearson and weak Steve Cohen have incited the radical liberals who have attempted to destroy Memphis."
That's WREG's Caitlin Barker. President Trump says the ceasefire in the Middle East is holding despite an attempted Iranian attack on U.S. Navy destroyers and a response from the U.S. military that saw strikes on Iranian command and control centers as well as missile launch sites.
New concern the stalemate in the Middle East could drag on. The Washington Post reports U.S. intelligence believes Iran could outlast the U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports for months, potentially giving Iran more leverage in the ongoing standoff.
That's ABC's Perry Russum. Meantime, the Wall Street Journal reports that the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran's nuclear infrastructure have set that country's nuclear hopes back about 2 years. You'll want to check the pantry for some snacks that have been recalled due to possible contamination with salmonella. The snacks are Fisher, Squirrel Brand, and Southern Style Nuts, Good and Gather products, all of them sold at Target stores around the country. The problem is with a seasoning used in the snacks. Some trail mix products are recalled too. They're Tex-Mex, Trail Mix, Gourmet Hunter Mix, Traveler's Mix, and Town and Country Mix as well. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Think of Jones, 633, Super Talk 99.7, WTN, DT McCall's. Listen, you've got like today and tomorrow. That's it, to take advantage of their great lawnmower sale going on right now at the location, their Cookeville location for DT McCall's. So today and tomorrow, you can get their Cub Cadet lawnmowers at their absolute best prices of the year. Now, these are once-a-year sale prices. You get 0% financing opportunities as well at DT McCall's again today and tomorrow. Then that's it. Cub Cadet lawnmowers are among the elite mowers in America, and you can get yours at an incredible price. Now, they've got all sizes and styles. They've got ride-ons and they've got push mowers at terrific prices and selection. It is happening right now, today and tomorrow. DT McCall's at their Cookeville location. They do this every single year to save you money. And, you know, it's not just on lawn mowers. If you need indoor furniture, you need appliances, you need lawn and garden equipment, you need DT McCall's. Again, great prices and selection. They've been at it for over 100 years. Great Tennesseans, great Americans, and they have as many of their items made right here in Tennessee as possible. So keep it local, shop local, and shop at DT McCall's. And yes, check out their Cub Cadet lawnmower sale ending tomorrow. Find them online, dtmccalls.com. Hey, it's Dan Mandis. Do you have a dog that needs some serious training, maybe needs some serious help? Maybe your precious pup has aggression issues, potty problems, anxiety, basic obedience. Well, if you're at that point where you're thinking you might have to do something you don't want to do, well, call my friends at Ridgeside Canine Nashville. They are the absolute elite dog trainers here in the state of Tennessee. Now, I call them dog whisperers. They've helped thousands of dogs and their owners over the last 25 years solve behavioral issues. They can help you as well with those aggression, potty problems, anxiety as well. They can help dogs with any number of things. And so, you know, one of the things that I really do like about Ridgeside Canine Nashville is that they do believe that owner education is just as important as dog training. And long-term success with your dog starts with you and Ridgeside Canine Nashville. They've got a lifetime support guarantee. They are there for you 24/7. Here's that phone number. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-878-0380. 615-878-0380. Find them online at Ridgeside Canine Nashville, rsk9nash.com. That's the letter K, the number 9, rsk9nash.com. Ridgeside K9 Nashville, veteran-owned, proven results, and guaranteed for life.
So I'm not seeing any big problems on the roads this morning, except for volume. 24 west in the usual spots, you'll find some heavy volume this morning. 24 east and 65 south at that merge to the north of the city. That's pretty slow as well. A little bit slow on 40 too, approaching the city as you make your way in from the Hermitage area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.638 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in for a Friday, and it is May 8th, and hope you're doing great. And good morning to you. And let's say good morning to Johnny Garrett, of course, Tennessee House of Representatives. And I've been dying all morning long, Johnny, to find out, firsthand, if you will, from you, what your experience was yesterday in the House of Representatives. And just so folks know, I've got to keep playing this. I know that a lot of you people have seen the video with Justin Pearson going after that Tennessee trooper, but showing it on Super Talk TV again, because I want to get your opinion on a couple of things. But number one, what charges could he face? You're a highfalutin attorney. So this is what happened yesterday.
Let Pearson go. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? You stupid mother.
All right, so a couple of things there in case you folks missed it. And if you're listening on the radio, you've got Justin Pearson and his brother. They are having to, unfortunately, guide them out. I don't know if you would call it forcibly removed. Maybe that's how you would describe it. But get them out of the gallery because things were just going absolutely insane. And I guess the trooper apparently had his hand on Justin Pearson. Pearson seemingly taking his left arm and sort of trying to get the trooper away from him, then gets within an inch or two of his face and screams to this white trooper, "Boy," as you just heard. I believe that spittle came out of his mouth. I do believe that he spit on the trooper. I don't know that for certain, but I think that's what happened. Johnny, I've got to ask this question. And by the way, somebody also called the trooper a pig, in case you missed that part. Johnny, as an attorney, could Pearson actually face any charges?
I think you guys set up sort of the stage. He was in the gallery. Him and Ashton Ben went up to the gallery to incite the gallery, right? So there's one issue there. Once you do that, once you yell out under the rules of the House, you can be removed at the order of the Speaker, which had taken place. So both Pearson and Ashton were up there, gearing everybody up. Exactly what they do. They're performative. That's all they can do.
Yep.
And so he would have disobeyed a lawful order by a police officer. There you could arrest him there, or anybody in the gallery that disobeys a lawful order from a police officer. You can be arrested. But here's the bottom line: that's what they want.
Yeah, I know.
Right? That they want the video of them getting arrested because they're the martyr. They're the ones that it's always happening to them. If that was me or any other member or a Republican, let's say, they would call for our arrest and immediate jail. Right? If we acted the way that they acted. They know that. They know in their position as a state rep, the state troopers are there, ironically, to protect them. And what happens when they are the ones that need that don't need the protection, so to speak, because they're acting a fool. I mean, that's exactly what turned into yesterday, Dan. I mean, I couldn't even vote on the last bill because they were blocking me from my desk.
All right, so Johnny, tell me,
stop the proceedings.
Tell me how they were blocking your desk. I mean, did they surround your desk and you couldn't, sort of work your way in there?
They have these devices that people can carry. They're called rape devices. They once you push the button, they make a loud noise. I mean, like loud, and they don't stop. So they hopefully will scare away the perpetrator, and that'll kind of like mace or something. It's just a loud noise. Well, they had hundreds of them hidden across the chamber that we didn't know about. The gallery did, and they pushed them all, so you couldn't even hear the proceedings. That's how loud it was on the House floor. You couldn't hear the speaker. You couldn't hear anything going on. And then all the Democrats on the front. My desk is right behind the two Democratic leaders on the floor. And so when they gathered around my desk, I had stood up to get away because it was so loud. Representative Salinas had an actual whistle that she was blowing a whistle on the floor, which again violates the rules of decorum. So you couldn't hear a thing. So I had stepped away from my desk. Then they called the vote, and I literally couldn't get to my desk because they were blocking not only me, but they were trying to block all the proceedings that took place on the House floor. It was absolute chaos that they caused, and that's all they do. That's all they can do.
Oh, yeah, and I guess my question is, okay, so do you feel like the House and the Senate, the state legislature, do you feel like you guys were adequately prepared for what ultimately happened? Was this what you were expecting?
Absolutely. You can't be surprised on what the Democrats are going to try to do. We were doing the people's business, and we weren't going to let loud noises or people, push, getting together, blocking people from pushing a button. That's that. I mean, I voted on the piece of legislation because you can do that, right? You can tell the clerk, look, I voted yes on this. I just couldn't push my button.
Okay.
They weren't going to stop our republic from doing the people's business. And that's what they tried to do. So we were ready for anything. Absolutely. We weren't going to let loud noises, them locking hands, stop doing the people's business, period.
By the way, I do have, I need some audio. This is part of what you experienced yesterday, Johnny. I mean, you can hear that whistle. I don't know.
That's the buzzing. That's those devices that they pushed. And I've been told, I haven't counted, but I've been told there were hundreds of them.
And by the way, you've also got Justin. You got Justin Jones with his air horn.
Oh yeah.
Oh Lord. I got to ask.
I mean, you couldn't.
I was just gonna say. I gotta ask.
You couldn't hear a thing.
How is this? I'm going to say it this way, and I know it's going to sound silly, but how is this allowed? I know that it's not allowed, but how is it allowed to happen?
Well, and that's why we didn't stop the proceedings, right? Because we were on the last bill, and we were ready to vote. We were about to start. The way that was set up, they had their 47 minutes to debate the bill. It had turned to our 47 minutes, and we were ready for them to do something.
Yeah.
And I believe Representative Martin from Chattanooga was about to start his remarks. I had been on the list to speak, but obviously we didn't go that route. We immediately voted on the bill. So they were not going to stop the proceedings. Now, if we were going to be there on a regular day, like a regular session, there would have been repercussions because every single one of those Democrats broke the rules of the House by overtaking the well. We expelled 2 out of the 3 people that did that several years ago, that took over the well with a bullhorn, stopped the proceedings. We have rules in place that they did violate the rules of the House that could lead to their expulsion, but we died the special session and we were done. We knew how much news this was going to make for them. We didn't want to give them an opportunity to make more news because they don't deserve it, because they stopped the people's business. And that is absolutely ridiculous. It's unbecoming of a state representative. And I don't know if you saw, the senator that was standing on her desk in the Senate.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy talk. It's crazy talk.
She wasn't wearing the right dress for that, I'm just going to say. Johnny Garrett, hold on one sec. I got to check traffic, then I'm going to come back to you. 6:46, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, sunny and 75. That was, by the way, Charlene Oliver, who was standing on the desk. I guess part of my question is, we all know what happened when the two Justins were expelled several years ago. You were in on that whole thing where they got expelled and then they got voted right back into office. And so, can you
from their council, from their county commission or metro council sent them right back.
Exactly.
That's who they want representing their people from Nashville and from Memphis. That's who they want representing their people in the state legislature when they do things like that.
Yeah, so you can't expel him now, can you? Because, I mean, would the same thing happen again?
Well, right now, of course, we're not in session, so there's no proceedings to formalize that, and really that would bring more attention to them at this point.
It would,
right?
It would,
like it did 2 or 3 years ago. So we're not in session. Our hope is that what President Trump has at least done in Memphis with the Memphis Safe Task Force, that Memphis will wake up and be like, look, we might disagree on certain policies that make Tennesseans' lives better, that make American lives better, right? But look at who you're sending to Nashville to fight for you, because it's all performative. And it's all about one thing, that everybody's racist or everybody's this or everybody is that. It's just the name calling. That's all they do. I mean, I had to be escorted out of the Capitol yesterday. Now, every rep, it's not just because it was me, but I had 6 state troopers walking me back to the offices next to the Capitol because of the protesters, and they were all young folks that probably didn't even know why they were there, right? That were causing all of this storm, and it's because of the acts of Senator Oliver jumping on her desk, because Representative Pearson, Representative Bain in the gallery stirring people up. Young people see this. They think that's the way you're supposed to act, especially in an office of trust where you represent 70, 75,000 people, that's the way you're supposed to act. That is the new Democratic Party. And that's why I say, I know we're not talking about the federal side, but that's why I say that's what Hakeem Jeffries is doing when he talks about warfare.
Yep.
He is creating a generation of beliefs that actions like that we witnessed yesterday in a proceeding to help Tennesseans is the way you're supposed to act. And it justifies that behavior. And it's absolutely apparent.
Hakeem Jeffries,
what the Democrats are doing.
Hakeem Jeffries, maximum warfare everywhere all the time. At any point, Johnny, were you afraid for your safety?
Absolutely not. Our state troopers do an incredible job protecting those that are there, that want to watch the proceedings, that are respectful of the process, and they protect us. So I was absolutely not in fear of any of our safety. I was for folks that were there for reasons why they wanted to be there, right, for the crowd, because they were hostile. They would throw things. They threw some of those devices that made that loud noises onto the floor. And so, or at least I don't know if they hit the floor, but at least from where you see the display of the votes, they were behind all of that. So they were throwing that from the balcony where it would land, where the staff and the state troopers and the sergeant at arms couldn't find those devices. That's why it went on so long.
Yeah.
So, you got to be careful of what they bring up there, because they'll toss it onto the House floor. That has happened. And so it's just a behavior where we've gone. And it's the social media, it's for clicks, it's for attention, and that's the only reason why you have an Acton Ben, a Justin Pearson, a Justin Jones. That's the only reason why they're there, is to bring attention, clicks to their social media. And
well,
that's it.
I love
no movement. The Democratic caucus, their leadership can't hardly stand them. They didn't even get a chance to speak yesterday. They wouldn't even let Justin Jones speak on the mic because he is dividing their own caucus. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy, but it's great.
Yeah.
That's all the other sense, because
listen,
they can't even come together.
Yeah, they're
They've got
exposing
small
their own
numbers, and they
ignorance.
can't even be on the same page.
Johnny, so you are running for the 6th for Congress, and the lines have been redrawn. And so how are you feeling about the new lines for the 6th?
Well, look, we're going to get another Republican in Congress, right? That's what we just completed.
Yep.
We're going to have 9-0. That is fantastic for Tennessee. It's fantastic for President Trump's agenda, which is still going to benefit the country and all Tennesseans. Whatever my lines look like, we are full steam ahead. We've been working very hard on this campaign for the past 7 or 8, 9 months, and we're ready for the final 3 months of what this looks like. So we're taking a look at it, but we are excited. We're excited to spread our message that we need to bring more Tennessee to D.C., and I can't wait to get back to work.
What do you think of Brent Taylor, just lastly, what do you think of Brent Taylor just immediately announcing that he's running for Congress in the 9th?
Look, Brent Taylor has been a leader in Memphis. He is making Memphis matter. I mean, him, Marsha Blackburn, for the president to have his Memphis task force to reduce crime there by more than 50%. He has been a leader. I think he will be a valuable member of the delegation and an advocate for Memphis. I am supporting him. I am supporting his effort. I think he'll be a great congressman, and I think that's a great thing. I'm glad he's out front. I'm glad he's the first to announce, and I think we need Brent Taylor in Congress.
Well, a guy like Brent Taylor, I mean, here's a guy who's really smart. He's accomplished in everything else. He has stayed in Memphis. You know, a lot of people are fleeing places like Memphis. He's stayed in Memphis, and he's wanted to fix Memphis, and he has been taking an active role in trying to save Memphis, and hopefully he does end up winning that seat. All right, Johnny Garrett, real quick, is there anything else that we have missed that we should have talked about and we didn't?
Oh, no. Just be sure, at least these local elections that a lot of folks went out to in May, voted, but the voting turnout was so low. So if anybody can hear my voice, know that we have an August primary for your state and federal delegation, and, of course, the general election in November. It is very important, as we've seen these past few days. Get out and vote. It matters who leads. Tennessee is ready to lead the nation as the most conservative state in our country, and I'm just glad and honored to be a part of that. So get out and vote come August the 6th and, of course, in November to elect Republicans across this state.
All right, Johnny, always great to have you on. Thank you for your perspective and storytelling on yesterday's train wreck there at the state capitol. It is 6:54 on Super Talk 99.7. Joan's got the news coming up at 7. Joan.
Yeah, we've got more about what happened there at the Statehouse yesterday, and a Metro Nashville police officer that has been hospitalized. We'll tell you why coming up at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, 6:54, Super Talk 99.7 WTN Window Nation. Listen, we got some rain in the past couple of days. We're going to have some rain here in the future, maybe on Sunday. We'll see what happens. But, you know, here's the deal. Is when it rains, if you see a rain, maybe moisture around your windowsill, you know what that means, right? It means that you need new windows. My friends at Window Nation, they can help you get terrific, brand new, energy-efficient windows at a great price because they've got a great deal going on right now. They are in the middle of their Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 Windows free sale. Again, it is going on right now. You could replace all the windows in your home and literally get half of them for free. So if you have been thinking about upgrading your windows, replacing your windows, think about Window Nation. And if it's been maybe put on the back burner, well, think about Window Nation because you could do this right now and get all of these windows half off. You could also, by the way, get these windows 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. This is why Window Nation has an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, 96% customer satisfaction rating, and over 45,000 5-star reviews. You got to check them out. Window Nation, Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 Windows free. That sale going on right now. You can also do it with 0 down payment, no payments or interest for 2 years. Find them online. It is windownation.com. Windownation.com. As always, tell them Dan Maddis told you to reach out. Windownation.com. Dan Mandis here for Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. This is my HVAC company. I've been with them for years because this is a great company. Now, when your home needs comfort you can count on, call the pros at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They've got some great deals right now. Take advantage of special financing on new HVAC systems with up to 12 months, no payment, and no interest. No prepayment penalty either, and approvals, well, they're going to vary by credit. Now, here's the sweet deal. Get a free Yeti Tundra 45 cooler when you install a 17 SEER or higher high-efficiency HVAC unit. If you want healthier air, the Healthy Hive exclusive gives you an electronic air cleaner and whole home UV system. Now, regularly, that's going to be $27.99. Right now, though, saving you big time, $22.99 installed. By the way, Busy Bee is going to handle the TVA rebates for you. So you can get $800 back on mini split systems, $500 to $800 back on heat pump systems, and even a $50 rebate on AC tune-up. All that to say, Busy Bee has a ton of ways to save you money. So check them out online, busybeehvac.com. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-775-7833.
Good morning, 7 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And a Metro Nashville police officer hospitalized last night after an incident along an I-440 exit ramp. Here's Channel 4's Hunter Hoagland.
Police tell us an officer was coming on the exit ramp from 440 to West End and then spotted someone walking on the road. For reasons we still do not yet know, this incident escalated into a fight. That officer was taken to the hospital for minor injuries.
Patrol Officer Peter Kinsey is his name. He later said the pedestrian, 43-year-old Joseph Rainey, grabbed his gun during that altercation and fired a shot. There was another officer that stopped at the scene and was able to distract Rainey while Officer Kinsey tased him. We'll learn more about this incident after a review of the officer's body cam footage. It was the outburst heard around the nation. State Representative Justin Pearson getting into the face of a Tennessee state trooper.
What is wrong with you? Stupid mother.
That wasn't the only hiccup, though. State Representative Johnny Garrett telling Dan Mandis moments ago that Democrats tried to block him from taking a vote after he had to vacate his seat to avoid all the noise made by so-called rape alerts.
I had stepped away from my desk. Then they called the vote, and I literally couldn't get to my desk because they were blocking not only me, but they were trying to block all the proceedings that took place on the House floor. It was absolute chaos.
Now, the chaos didn't stop the proceedings, and Governor Bill Lee quickly signed the legislation after it was passed. We'll have more on this all throughout the morning with Dan. And the first lawsuit has been filed. It did come from the Tennessee NAACP. It filed an emergency court petition yesterday in an effort to block those newly approved congressional districts, arguing Republican lawmakers violated state law and the Tennessee Constitution by redrawing district lines outside of the normal census process. President Trump says the ceasefire with Iran is still on despite a U.S. attack on some Iranian targets. It's something the president called a love tap.
Through some means, either missiles or through some aircraft fire, they targeted those command and control areas, and specifically those missile launch areas on the southern part of Iran.
And that's ABC's Louis Martinez. The U.S. action came after Iran attacked 3 U.S. Navy destroyers, which were not harmed. And Star Wars actor Mark Hamill has deleted a photo from his Blue Sky account after receiving backlash over it. That photo showed President Trump lying on a grave, hands crossing his chest, eyes closed as if he were dead. The caption read, "If only." Hamill posted that just days after the assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. President Trump responded to it, calling Hamill a deranged lunatic.
He needs to go eat a lightsaber.
Or something. Man, that's so hateful.
Go play with an angry Wookiee, Mark Hamill.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what is he thinking?
Well, apparently he wasn't thinking.
He is, well, you know, when you delete the post, you realize that you made a big-time mistake.
Yeah. Well, he actually replaced that photo with another one with President Trump, like his hair flowing in the wind, as if he's like in heaven. You know, he made it worse.
Stop.
Yeah.
You know what the sad thing is, Joan? And I don't mean to interrupt your newscast, but
no, you're fine.
You know what the sad thing is? Is that there was a day, I think it was last Friday, where I was off the air. I was done. So you people, just so you know, Fridays after I'm off the air at 9, I am DUN done. I'm not looking at anything. I'm watching my my comfort movies, and I'm just in my own little hole, whatever.
Space.
So Amy says, I said, what movie should I watch? Because she's working upstairs. And she said, why don't you watch Star Wars? I didn't want to watch Star Wars. You know why? Because of Mark flippin' Hamill.
Yeah.
He's completely ruined Star Wars. And I was raised on all those movies. Oh, man, it angers me so much. Anyway,
yeah, well, he made an appearance with President Obama this week. I'm sure you saw that too, right?
I did, where he and Obama are outside of the Obama Library over there in
library.
Chicago.
Yeah.
His presidential library. And because the joke is it looks like the Death Star, right?
Yeah.
So, and you know what? You got to hand it to Obama. It was actually pretty funny. But, you know, you got to make a joke of it. But, I mean, Mark Hamill is just such a leftist. And he is damaging, in my opinion, he's damaging the Star Wars brand. And he's impacting somebody like me who grew up on those movies. And I would watch those movies at least a couple times a year. And
Not anymore, right?
Yeah, and now I see this, this post where he's got Donald Trump lying on a grave like he's dead with the words that says, if only. So, whatever, dude.
Yeah. All right, let's do market numbers, shall we?
Yes.
Yes, Dow futures right now up 153 points. We've got NASDAQ futures gaining 231, S&P futures plus 38. That's the latest news. Stick around for your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. A couple of problems in Antioch this morning. Hickory Hollow Parkway at Hickory Hollow Lane, there's a crash. And Old Hickory Boulevard at October Woods Drive, another crash this morning. One in Madison, too, on Gallatin Pike North at River Chase Boulevard. And just one more, Laurel Hill, a crash at Stewart's Ferry Pike and Blackwood Drive. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.708 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joe and I was just talking to Sam off the air. I guess Justin Pearson is being seen as some sort of a hero on the socials. You know, I think that's not real surprising. I mean, he and his ilk, I'm just going to say it. I mean, people that are like him, they will talk about how he's got more street cred now. And I guess there's one. Would you say, Sam, that at this point there's a photo online where it is Justin Pearson and he's staring down the white THP officer, the trooper?
And it's the sergeant at arms of the state legislature building.
Got it. And they're trying to make this into, are they trying to make this into some sort of like a civil rights movement?
Yep. They are saying
that
that this picture is going to be the new face of, I guess, the black movement. I don't know what black movement we would be talking about in this instance, but they're using this photo and calling him a hero over it, saying it will ring throughout history.
Can you shoot me the photo? Can you shoot?
Yeah,
so I can show it on Super Talk TV.
But in the comments and stuff, people are going, "Oh my gosh, so brave! They won't even let him attend a Senate meeting about his own district." Blah 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 blah. This was after he'd been removed by THP for violating rules of decorum.
Right.
Once you do that, you're not allowed back in.
Well, and I guess part of this, his brother was, I guess, arrested, facing some charges for whatever it was, a disorderly conduct or whatever, there in the gallery. They wouldn't, bottom line is, they wouldn't shut up. And so then you've got Justin Pearson running up to the gallery, trying to get in between the law enforcement and his brother. And as we talked to Johnny Garrett in the last hour, great interview, find it on the podcast. We've all been saying this. I'm sure Matt said this too, where as much as we, from an emotional standpoint, as much as we would love to see his arrest and whatever he's got coming to him, that is exactly what they want. So as emotionally satisfying as it would be to see them get what's coming to them, again, that is exactly what they want. Now, I don't know, there was I want to play this real quick. Then I've got some audio from Cameron Sexton yesterday on The Murphy Show. But I was just telling Sam, and I don't know if your socials are like this, Joan, but my X feed is literally nothing but people reacting to what happened yesterday in the Tennessee State Capitol. So I want to play this real quick. This is on Fox News, and they've got a woman here who is a part of the Republican Party in the state of Texas. She's a black woman, and she's basically saying, Justin Pearson, he's playing a fool.
Dignified as well than what he did out there in the hallways with that state trooper.
This discount Malcolm Luther the King, I mean, he needs to go somewhere and sit down, frankly. This performative campaign ad speech, I mean, it's so embarrassing, and especially for someone, a person of color, as the left would say. I mean, this does not represent the black community. It's performative. It is a political stunt, and frankly, again, we're not sending our best to Congress.
Chris?
Yeah, again, that is Ajua Mason, and she is from the Dallas area Republican Party. Texas Republican Party, whatever. Yeah. And she's calling him out. Absolutely calling him out. And everybody, that's the thing, everybody knows. Everybody knows what this is all about. So I got to tell you that Cameron Sexton Speaker Sexton, very impressive yesterday, because when all of this chaos is going on, as I've been saying, you want a certain guttural sort of emotional reaction. Do you know what I like is that a lot of these guys, and Johnny Garrett seem to have the same kind of attitude. There's almost like a bemusement. Do you know what I mean? Where you're just like, okay, so this is what we're going to do today. Okay, that's fine. This is Tennessee House Speaker Cameron Sexton. He was on with Murphy Show right when it was all over.
No, this ranks up there, especially at the end, because what you had the whole House Democrat caucus for the most part, lock arms and down by the well, which is a violation, and then had the crowd outburst in the gallery, and they brought sound makers and threw them down on the floors and had to escort people out. I would say this special session is probably the most violent, aggressive protesters that we've had.
So now what are they going to do? I don't have the speaker scheduled this morning, but he's been through enough. But what are they going to do next time? Because remember, what they're doing is they're escalating. The Pearsons and Gloria Johnson and blah, 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 is they're escalating. They're escalating their rhetoric. They're escalating their actions. I mean, Justin Jones lit a fire in the state capitol yesterday. He lit a fire. And that is, I mean, I don't know, Sam, you're legal mind. Isn't that arson?
Not technically.
It's not technically arson?
No, I mean...
What is technically arson? Like if you're lighting a building itself on fire?
Yeah, when you intentionally light an object, like a car, building, something of that nature that can cause damage, whether it's property, whether it's harming other people. This was a very demonstrative, performative piece, and he didn't have the name of the flag right.
Right. So the other thing, and by the way, it doesn't even matter. Remember when they were running around, the people on the left, running around lighting Teslas on fire? Remember that whole thing?
Or keying them every time they saw one?
Yeah. I mean, and those guys didn't face any charges either, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't they just let those guys go?
No. The firebombing guys are definitely on their way to prison.
Are they?
Yeah, but some of the cases of like keying cars and stuff,
yes.
If it wasn't like a conservative district, they weren't really going to prosecute. They'd make them pay the damages, but they weren't going to criminally charge them.
Cameron Sexton said they were given time to do what they needed to do.
Look, they filed 37 amendments. We went through all of them. I can't help that they weren't timely, but they still had time to present the amendment. And then they were all voted down. They had time to debate the bills. They agreed to a time allotment so they got 47 minutes on the map. They got 10 minutes, 17 minutes on another bill. And so they had plenty of time to debate. They weren't shut out. They knew going in how much time they had, and they still weren't happy, and they still acted like this. And at the end, this is the new Democrat Party.
Fact check true. It's a new Democrat Party. 7:16, time to check the roads on WTN.
All right, that's incorrect. There's a crash, Madison, Gallatin Pike North at River Chase Boulevard. There's a crash out in Antioch, Hickory Hollow Parkway at Hickory Hollow Lane. Another crash in Antioch at Old Hickory Boulevard at October Woods Drive. Rural Hill, there's a crash at Stewart's Ferry Pike at Blackwood Drive. Be aware in the Nippers Corner area here in Davidson County, there's widening work. There's going to be a traffic shift onto the new lanes today. Then crews will clear and replace the old lanes.
Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Some computer problems, apparently. So we do have some heavy traffic coming out of Murfreesboro as well on 24 in the usual spots.
I was going to remind people about that 40 to 40 on 840 as well. 5-day enforcement ever to reduce traffic-related fatalities and serious injuries on 840 throughout Middle Tennessee.
All right, very good. Super Talk 99.7. Hey, I hate to do this. Should I do this now? Hey, Joan, real quick.
Yeah.
You ever heard of a membrane sweep?
Well, okay. Well, in relation to
giving birth.
Yes, I have. Okay.
So there's why? So they're doing this to my daughter.
Oh, they are.
They are. Yeah. For people that don't know,
they want her to get going.
For people that don't know, I am about to be a grandfather now for the second time. My next grandson is about to be born.
Is it happening? Are you crying?
No.
Yes, you are. Well, you don't fan
No.
your face like that unless you're ready to cry.
Well, I'm just excited. So I may not be here Monday. I don't know. Like, we're waiting to see when this is going to happen. So she just sent me, just real quick, I'm going to spare you folks the photo on Super Talk TV, but they have taken a, what do they call it? A picture with the baby inside, in utero
Sonogram.
picture. Yeah, sonogram. So they have a picture, and the baby is looking right into the camera. It looks like E.T. Like, it truly looks like an alien.
He's like, get me out.
You know what? I'll send it to you, Joe. Yeah, he's like, can we just wrap this up already? Continue with the membrane sweep or whatever that is. Did you have to go through that? She's like, this is so terrible. She didn't have to go through this the first time.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, it's their first attempt to get some dilation going and some labor happening. So hopefully that'll help to push it along a little bit. And as you know, my daughter also is right there at the end.
Right there.
Yep. And so she won't have to have that done because she's already progressed. So both of us may be missing at the same time.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I didn't even think about that. Because, if she goes into labor this weekend, then I've got to head on up there, and Amy and I got to take care of Jameson and,
And be granddaddy.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. So, anyway, we'll see what happens over the weekend.
Do you want further clarification on a membrane sweep?
No, I think.
Okay.
You don't know.
Probably.
I was like, what is this? I'll Google it. And then I was like, oh no.
My daughter and Amy are going back. It's like a group text. And so they're going back and forth on the pleasantries of a membrane sweep, which I'd never hered of before.
I haven't either. And
yeah.
Now, okay.
Well, anyway, I texted and I said, well, if you just do it right, they wouldn't have to do this.
Oh.
Just whatever. What is it, gestation? Is that what it is, Joan? If you gestate correctly, they wouldn't have to do the membrane sweep.
Could you imagine if you voice texted that and your phone changed it to if you just ate correctly?
Oh, well.
That would have blown up hilariously.
Anyway, so 720 Nashville's.
Just the idea that Sam was searching. See, if you live by your recent searches on your computer, boy, Sam, I'm sure that there'd be a lot of questions about you.
Listen, it's a shared computer. We all have one account. I am not responsible for the other things that pop up in the suggested search bar.
Okay, yeah, sure, okay.
You ever seen weird stuff pop up on that computer?
Oh, yeah.
I bet you have.
Yeah.
We know the kind of people that sit behind that board. Jackson. Totally kidding.
I know what kind of things
kidding.
the host requests information on.
I saw Jackson yesterday. I haven't seen him since he called me Mandis in the morning, moron, whatever the heck that was.
Mandis is a moron in the morning.
So I told him we're going to have to start paying him, like residuals, because Sam just won't stop playing it.
Mandis is a moron in the morning.
Do you know what today is? And by the way, the Weaver laughing in the background, the absolute best part of that. Not that I don't love your laugh, Joan.
Yeah, right.
But Weaves has such an infectious laugh.
Mandis is a moron in the morning.
You guys know what today is, by the way? Joan, do you know what's going to happen at 3 o'clock today?
Friday. No, what?
Besides that, Sam knows.
What? Sam is going to walk.
No, that's not. Sam's going to walk down the aisle, not of a wedding, but he's graduating today with a 4-year degree. Congratulations, Sam.
Yeah.
No, we're going to find out about the aliens today.
No. We just found out.
We did?
This is the subject of my 7:30 newscast. It's happening. It's already happened.
It's already happened?
The release happened.
This morning?
This morning.
How did I miss that? Well, apparently it just happened. All right.
But you're not the news person. I'm here to tell you. I'm here to do that job for you.
I think I just got news shamed.
Yeah.
All right, fine. News person. Well, you can't.
So
you can't. You got to give me something.
Shut up. So these are videos, photos, original source documents from all across the U.S., and we can all actually see them. I'm not going to tell you how to do that yet. I will tell you that in the news because there has to be something left for me to tell.
Mm-hmm.
But these are files that President Trump says he's focusing on maximum transparency to the public. These are UAP encounters or unidentified anomalous phenomenon.
Aerial.
Ariel, I'm sorry.
Do you think we're actually, because here's my, well, first of all, I got some video here. This is Tim. You know, Tim Burchett was on Joe Rogan's podcast. Listen to this.
I got a call that tomorrow at 3 o'clock, I'm going to be briefed over the phone by, I think one of Hegseth's top dogs is going to go over some stuff with me.
Now, this was on Wednesday. So when he said it was filmed on Wednesday, aired on Thursday. So when he said tomorrow at 3, he meant Thursday at 3. He was going to get briefed. But he also says, don't expect a whole lot.
That they've got, and I have no earthly idea. I don't want everybody to get their hopes up. I don't have a lot of faith in our government. President Trump's always been great to me. He's never lied to me, but I don't know that he knows the right questions to ask and the right people to talk to, because, I mean, this thing's been covered up at least since 1947, and I just don't think they're going to, they don't give up that easy. The war pimps at the Pentagon and everybody else, they just don't give up that easy.
So I'm thinking this is probably going to be stuff that we've seen before. And
so listen to this. Photos from the initial disclosure, which the White House official told Fox News is the first of a series of releases, so there's going to be more to come, show strangely shaped objects captured on film during the Apollo 12 and 17 space missions. One photo taken from the surface of the moon appears to show a cluster of 3 tiny dots in the sky, and a transcript of the communications between Apollo 17 operators released as well. Quote, "Now we've got a few very bright particles or fragments or something that go drifting by as we maneuver." The center says, "Roger, we understand." The operator says, "There's a whole bunch of big ones on my window down there, just bright. It looks like the 4th of July out of Ron's window." Another operator says, "Yes, now you can see some of them in the shape. They're very jagged, angular fragments that are tumbling."
Well, that sounds like jagged and angular and so forth. But, I mean, it also sounds like it's like an organized jaggedness, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It sounds like spaceships. Does it sound like spaceships too, Joan?
Space demons.
Space demons.
Space demons with jagged. Yeah. No, I think it sounds like space junk to me.
Really?
Yeah. Space junk that's been probably flying around for a long time.
Do you know what we call Joan, Sam? Where
Killjoy.
bits go to die.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's what we call Joan Jones.
I would have thought you were going to flip her joke on her for a second.
Where? Yeah, you're like a killjoy, Joan. I was like, I'm ready to go, full on, War of the Worlds.
Yeah.
And you're like, nah, it's just space junk.
Look.
But Tim Burchett
Somebody
said,
had to throw that junk out of their spaceship, Joan.
Good points. See, that's what that college education does, Sam. Answer that one, Joan. Who's throwing the space junk out? It's E.T., isn't it? Joan's like, shut up, Mandis.
Yeah, come on.
Shut up.
It's just, this is all dumb. Like, I think this is all just so dumb.
Do
I don't
you really?
think that there are UFOs, and I just think that this is, our imaginations always have wanted to say that there's something out there that we don't know about that's so much more intelligent than us.
Have you seen the videos of the Tic Tac? The flying Tic Tac that goes like a bazillion miles an hour in the air and under the water, Joan? Have you seen that? It is stupefied our pilots and the people that know these things.
The physics for these objects do not exist in our world of science.
So see that they must be so much smarter than us.
But possibly.
I'm so making fun of you guys.
You know what, Joan? You know what? Go watch Skinwalker Ranch on the History Channel and get educated.
Do a little research, Joan.
Oh, come on.
The reason I say that laughing is because you haven't lived as a talk show host until you've been told 1,000 times, go do your research. So that's why I was laughing when I said. Anyway,
here we go. It's 1313. Thanks for the ice water on that silly topic, Joan. See, I think people aren't buying it either. Like, We all
No,
get sort of
1313
caught
is
up.
upset with you because we were in a groove and on our way to a great bit with a terrific crescendo, and you just poured that cold water on it.
He called it a silly topic, so I don't think that he was,
You know
buying
what?
it either.
When the Martians are coming down and they're hitting us with their gamma rays, we'll talk about how silly of a topic that was.
Well, will the gamma ray help me to get tan, grow taller? Will it help me to
Listen,
grow taller?
Right before I'm evaporated, the last thing you're going to hear me say is, I told you so. Anyway, I got to go. 728, Super Talk 99.7. WTN, Joan does have the news coming up at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, more on what's happening with these releases from the Trump administration and how you can see them too. It's coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 728, Super Talk 99.7. Want to tell you about my friends at Loan Pronto. Credit card interest rates are now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payment, so they're getting nowhere. It's Dan Mandis. Now, a lot of these homeowners, they don't even realize that using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash. Now, with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, and you get money for that home improvement project. Sky's the limit when you work through Loan Pronto. Now, one of their clients just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 a month. Now, here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you could do it all from your phone with $0 out of pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Loan Pronto is the company that you need to go through. Our rates are near 3-year lows, so you've got to act now with Loan Pronto. Find them online, loanpronto.com. See how much money you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Good morning. It's now 7:34. Wow, I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Within the past few minutes, the Trump administration released a batch of never-before-seen files and videos on UFOs, which are now called Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon, or UAP. Fox News' Peter Doocy says someone from the administration dropped the file on his desk overnight, and he's been watching the videos contained in that file.
October 2023, what is described as a small and circular UAP flying near the surface of the ocean towards land. CENTCOM can't tell us what it is. It is officially listed as an unresolved UAP report. Within the last 2 minutes, all of these videos have gone live on war.gov/UFO.
Now, the Trump administration says this is just the first of many releases to come. Now, I tried that war.gov/UFO. I don't see it showing up there. So you may give it a try and see if you can get it on your computer.
Only believers are allowed to log in.
Because I'm not a believer.
They heard that you're mocking this whole thing, Joan Jones.
Okay.
And they're just like, oh, don't let her log on. She'll be a killjoy.
Well, I'll be honest about it. That's what I will be. Yeah. The raucous nature of the Tennessee legislature's vote on redistricting made national news last night. Yeah, played out on newscasts around the country. The change in congressional districts is now law after Governor Bill Lee's signature. Meantime, there are some on the state legislature that say passing the change is a line in the sand for them. State Representative Antonio Parkinson.
The passing of that bill was as egregious as I've seen.
But the new lines drawn in the Tennessee congressional districts aren't the only new boundaries Parkinson says are in the conversation.
I'm advocating to become a state.
Parkinson is calling for Memphis to leave the volunteer state altogether.
Let my people go.
And his vision even stretches beyond the Shelby County border. He's calling for the state to split at the eastern border of Davidson County, which saw a similar split by redistricting back in 2022.
That's Channel 4's Sarah Ellen reporting. Representative Parkinson's idea splits the state right down the middle at the western edge of Davidson County. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here for my friends at the Covered Patio. Listen, warmer weather means you want to spend more time outside. The Covered Patio can help you. If you want to add more living space to your home, think about building or upgrading your patio. Now, they've got motorized screens so that you can easily keep the patio open when you want some sun and closed when you want some shade. So your back screened-in porch becomes a lot more enjoyable. With the help of the Covered Patio, they've got a ton of outdoor living options with motorized screens and patio covers and custom wooden decks and outdoor structures as well. They've got a ton of options with styles for every budget. The Covered Patio is dedicated to fair prices and customized solutions for your specific home and your specific space. So enjoy your home a lot more with an incredible patio upgrade from the Covered Patio. Reach out to the Covered Patio, 615-695-2407, 615-695-2407, online, thecoveredpatio.com. That's thecoveredpatio.com.
Okay, 40 westbound in South Side this morning before Elm Hill Pike overpass. That's a stalled out vehicle blocking out the left lane. Antioch on 24 west before Harding Place. It's a crash that takes out 3 left lanes. That'll cause a big slowdown this morning. Gallatin Pike north in Madison. You've got an accident at River Chase Boulevard, another in Midtown on Charlotte Avenue and 12th Avenue North, one in Royal Hill on Stewart's Ferry Pike at Blackwood Road, and finally in Goodlettsville, Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. The westbound lanes at Conference Drive, a crash in the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:41. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to take some calls. Take the telephones off the hold function, if you would. Telephone calls. I want to know how you're feeling about 2 things. Joan, you're going to love this. Number 1, I want to know what people think about the hijinks and shenanigans at the state legislature yesterday. Number 2, who's right, me or Joan, when it comes to these UAPs? Joan thinks it's all a bunch of fake news. She's a non-believer in the UAPs. I'm looking at these videos, and these videos, to be perfectly honest, they're very compelling.
I was able to see them. I think you had to put in the www.war.gov.
Okay.
To be able to, and then /UFO to be able to see them. But yeah, I've been looking at them too.
All right, so 615-7. What in the world is
What
the
is the
phone?
number?
615-737-9986.
Thank you. 737-9986.
Sometimes it gets stuck up there.
You know, it really does, and I hate when that happens. But I do. I want to know what people think. Do they believe? And Joan, now that you're seeing some of the, because I'm looking at these videos, because you're all over X, and they look realistic to me. And I don't believe this is all the really good stuff. Like, I just don't. I think that there are things, and Tim Burchett even said in some of that audio that we played earlier, Burchett basically even said, you know, I wouldn't hold my breath, because they're not going to give you, you know, the really good stuff that's going to freak people out. You know, people were talking about, and I know, Joan, you and I talked about this, where Marco Rubio was going to talk to the Pope. And there were some people that were saying that the reason Marco Rubio was talking to the Pope was so that Rubio could prepare the Pope, because people are going to have a crisis of, I don't know what, belief, religion, whatever.
Faith.
Yes. When they saw these, but why? Here's my question: why would people have a crisis of faith if they saw UFOs or UAPs?
Doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, so that doesn't make any sense to you either?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, because I mean there can be Martians and UAPs and all that kind of stuff, and you know, it could be the kind of thing where, you know, maybe God created life on other planets too. Could be that.
First line in Genesis, the heavens and the earth. Heavens is very open-ended term.
That's exactly right. All right, phones are ringing. This is Robert in Nashville on WTN. Hey, Robert, go ahead.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, so I had a couple books on this stuff, but some of them, it's well, I'll just break it down. It's demons. There are aliens, I'm sure, but these things have been in, like, there's been scripture about them for years. They're flying around and all this stuff. It's supposedly deep in the government. Like, there are these real chill things that can give you advanced technology. Just the highest level, you can never say the name of Jesus ever around them, or ever. Like, why would aliens be worried about the name of Jesus?
All right, so you think it's demons?
Look up Operation High Jump.
Okay, Operation High Jump.
Right after Operation High Jump, and after World War II, we went down to Antarctica and we were fighting things that were using laser technology, like 20 years before we knew about that stuff.
Okay, and listen, Robert, I totally get it. I'm not one of those guys that knows about all of the various operations. I got enough to worry about here on Earth. But you're right. There are operations out there that the government has done. They've hid things from us. I definitely know that. So we're looking up Operation High Jump right now, and thank you very much for your call. Joan, are you up on all the various operations?
I am not.
Like Chris Hand, you know, he knows. I know Chris Hand is driving in right now, and Chris is like, Mandis, how do you not know Operation High Jump, right? I mean, I can't do Chris Hand very well, but I guarantee you that Chris is like driving in, and he's like, how do you not know Operation High Jump? Rusty is in Nashville on WTN. Hey, Rusty, go ahead.
Hi. I try to compare everything to the Bible.
Yep.
And my understanding is that we are the only planet that God put living beings on. And that the reason that Noah and the flood and all those people and beings were destroyed was because of the Nephilim and the evil that was coming to them. And in the book of Enoch and some other books, you can see more of it, but it does talk about it in the Bible. And they were thrown, I think it says, to the abyss after during the flood.
Mm-hmm.
They're trapped in the center of the earth. And I believe, like the previous person, that they are coming out. And that it says that they taught man about fire, not about fire, but about metal and war and all kinds of things that we were never supposed to know.
Right.
And they want to be freed and they want to take over, but they are demonic beings.
Hey, Rusty, can I ask you a question? So you mentioned the flood, right? Have you heard of the story of how they believe that they found Noah's Ark in Turkey?
Yes, I've heard that for years.
Yeah. Wait, do you think Noah's Ark is really down there?
Possibility. I think it says it went on the Mount Ararat is where it landed, I believe.
Yep. That's exactly right. Thank you, Rusty. I appreciate the call. Joan, do you believe that Noah's Ark is in Turkey?
I have seen those stories, and I think it's very possible.
I am so fascinated by that. Like I am. I don't know why. I've always been obsessed with like Noah's Ark. I'm obsessed with biblical historical things, right? Mm-hmm. So like Noah's Ark, I want to know exactly where Jesus was crucified with with the two bad guys on either side. I find that stuff absolutely fascinating. So I don't know how they can sort of unearth it, get some pictures, whatever. Because if they go down and they try to unearth it, then what's going to happen is you could actually do some damage if the Ark is actually down there.
Yeah.
So I find that whole thing really fascinating.
I've got that Operation High Jump whenever you need it.
Operation High Jump? Go ahead.
Yeah, that looks really cool.
Yeah, so 1946, 1947 was a massive U.S. Navy Antarctic expedition led by Admiral Richard E. Byrd, officially for training in scientific exploration. That's what the paperwork says. However, conspiracy theories allege it was a secret mission to destroy a hidden Nazi base known as Base 211 that was down in Antarctica, or that the military encountered this UFO and alien technology. So they claim that Nazis escaped and established a secret base. They claim that when they got there, they were attacked by advanced flying saucers, leading to heavy casualties, though these claims are unproven. A lot of people did die going down there on this trip.
Yeah.
And some ships did wreck. Following the mission, rumors circulated that Byrd warned of hostile planes that could travel between poles, which some interpret as evidence of UFO encounters.
Okay. Susan is in Ridgetop on WTN. Hey, Susan, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. For one thing, there is life on other planets. God in the Bible, has told us that there are other beings on other planets.
Where in the Bible does it say that?
Oh, Psalms, Ezekiel. It's all through the Bible. Look at on a concordance. You'll be able to find them. Also, when God created this earth, we are the only planet in His entire massive universe that has fallen. So He is not going to permit other planets, other sinless planets, to come to this earth because of the sinful condition we are in. Do I believe in UFOs? I do not. I believe that they are satanic, that Satan has a lot of power, that he can he has counterfeited everything that God has created. So as far as whether you're right, Dan, or Joan is right, I think that Joan is partially right. But I do not. I believe that there is a lot of space junk up there.
Yeah.
That when Jesus comes in the clouds of glory, that's another thing that is going to be cleansed. It's our space.
All right, Susan, thank you very much for the call. I appreciate it. Joan, what I got out of all of that is you're partially right and I'm completely wrong.
Well, that is not surprising at all. So I looked up in Search Assistant where the Bible mentions life on other planets, and it says the Bible does not explicitly mention life on other planets, but it does refer to other sheep that are not of the current fold, which can be interpreted in a lot of ways. Some think that means a direct reference to extraterrestrial life. I think it requires. It requires you to have an open mind when you read the Bible to interpret it with that in mind.
All right. Alan on line 4 wants to talk about the Pearson antics. Alan, go ahead. Thanks for calling WTN.
I just want to know what was wrong with them blue idiots yesterday down in Capitol Hill. And if I find a UFO, I'm going to catch it in a dream catcher and I'll sell it to you for $49.95.
All right, very, very good. I appreciate I didn't hear a damn thing he said.
He said,
Joan, what did he say?
If he sees a UFO, he's going to catch it in a dream catcher and sell it to you for $49.95.
He'll let you look at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
What he's saying. But he was asking about the antics and the idiots down at the state capitol and everything, just wanting to know what's up with them. And Alan, we don't know what's wrong with these people other than they're unhinged.
Yeah, and no offense, Alan, I couldn't really understand what he was saying. It's probably my ears, because I have terrible hearing. What? Andrew's in Lebanon on WTN. Real quick, Andrew, go ahead.
Hey, well, I was just going to say, the lady that was talking earlier about all the biblical references that are non-canon, and there's a reason that they're non-canon. I don't know if many people understand like the reason and how those things happen, but it's more than just like, when we found the Dead Sea Scrolls, they were very, very old compared to what King James had done in 1611 as far as like intact and more to closer to Jesus' time. The book of Enoch is a false writing, and most theologians will say that it is vastly different than the Bible. It doesn't coincide with much of the Bible. We don't think that Enoch, which would have been Noah's grandfather, would have had a writing. There's no reference to that anything.
Okay.
And then on top of it, James Huff, I think it's James Huff. He's the theologian guy that you'll see a lot on like Rogan, and he's gotten real popular here lately. There's more than just the time stamps like on scrolls. There's a grammatical difference. Like, how we don't read the King James Version very well because it's in Old English.
Right.
They would have wrote in a different way in a different time period. The grammatical errors in all the scrolls for Enoch say that it was written thousands of years later than what it says it was written. So it is definitely false.
All right, Andrew, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I got a lot of calls I want to get through, but thank you for your perspective. And I only have time for one more. This is Agent D in Tennessee on WTN. Hey, go ahead.
Yes, sir. This sounds like a perfect platform. I'm on the move. You're kind of both right and you're kind of both wrong based on points of view. You have total conspiracy theorists and a lot of people basing off the Bible as a base of origin. However, I have met an autistic instructor during seminary that memorized the Bible. He pick a page, pick a verse, he'll read it verbatim. And through his classes, off-topic studies with him after hours, we found out that if you chronologically date back the Bible in the proper timeline, that everyone's been misjudged. It's all based on a lunar system, 13 months. And when you translate that to our timeline, Everything adds up. And that's as much as I can say about the Bible being an origin.
Agent D, I appreciate it. Appreciate the pseudonym and all that. Joan, what do you think about all that?
Well, I think I'm not really sure. Like, she said she's learned from somebody that can quote the Bible verse by verse. That would be an extraordinary person.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I actually follow a pastor out in New Mexico who seemingly knows the Bible that well as well, but I've never heard him talk about such things.
So here's what we've learned from this segment.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to talk about Justin Pearson, and everybody wants to talk about UFOs.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
clearly, because I tried to get the phones working on like Justin Pearson.
Yeah.
And I made the mistake of like being a dumb A and saying, hey, you can call in on Justin Pearson or
this.
UAPs. And everybody wants to talk about the UAPs and nobody wants to talk about Justin Pearson.
You're Art Bell. I mean, honestly.
And here's the problem. The problem is I know nothing about UAPs.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I'm just like, can I have the last half hour of my radio show back, Joan? Can we take a UAP and go back in time and I can make better decisions on how to do between 7:30 and 8 o'clock?
Well, apparently they move so fast you wouldn't be able to catch them anyway because aliens are much smarter than us.
All right, we got to go. 7:56. Joan was coming up in the new news real quick.
Looks like Tennessee is not the only state. South Carolina is about to follow in the footsteps. I've got the story coming up at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Avoid the headaches of a traditional home sale and move on your timeline with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Selling your home can be overwhelming. That is why who you work with matters. Now, my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate, they can help you sell your home hassle-free without the stress of putting your home on the market. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate has been in the business for 30 years, and they know what matters most to their clients, a quick sale and maximum profit. Now, one of their clients, Chris, said this: selling our 16-year-old home was quick thanks to the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. We avoided the stress of showings, constant cleaning, and negotiations. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate was beyond what we were hoping for. And by the way, you could be next, The Mark Spain Real Estate, they are the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America with over 13,000 five-star reviews. Trust them to sell your home fast and for top dollar. Find out what the guaranteed offer would be on your home today. There is no obligation. MarkSpain.com. 855-299-SOLD is the phone number. 855-299-SOLD. Find them online anytime. Again, it is markspain.com. Dan Mendes here for my friends at Stoltz Co., a great Tennessee company. They do continue to grow and expand. Now, you know that they build pole barns and that these pole barns can serve as a garage, an event space, equestrian building, or even barn dominiums. You can live in these pole barns, and these days, those barn dominiums, they are new and improved. They're offering you turnkey options. And that means that they handle the design, the construction, and the amazing finishing touches. You turn the key and you are home thanks to my friends at Stoltz Co. So remember, your new pole barn from Stoltz Co., it can be used for anything. So if you've got some land that needs a building for whatever you want, call my friends at Stoltz Co. 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. Check out their absolutely stunning social media, Instagram and Facebook, to see examples of their incredible work around Middle Tennessee, STOLTZCO, StoltzCo.com.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories in Nashville. Still smoldering this morning after yesterday's leftist mob display at the state legislature. The vice mayor of Nashville opened last night's Metro Council meeting. Her name is Angie Henderson. Listen to this.
Welcome, council and community members, on what is a dark day for democracy and voting rights in Tennessee.
Some lawmakers are calling for charges to be brought against State Representative Justin Pearson for his verbal assault on a state trooper. But that's not in the cards, according to State Representative Johnny Garrett, even if Pearson and Afton Bain did commit crimes.
He would have disobeyed a lawful order by a police officer. There, you could arrest him there, or anybody in the gallery that disobeys a lawful order from a police officer. You can be arrested. But here's the bottom line: that's what they want.
Yeah, I know.
Right? That they want the video of them getting arrested because they're the martyr.
Garrett earlier this morning with Dan on Nashville's Morning News. And now South Carolina lawmakers are pushing to redraw districts held by the Democratic Congressman James Clyburn. Pamela Yvette is the South Carolina lieutenant governor.
It's about doing the right thing. South Carolina is a ruby red state. I believe that any way we draw the maps, that will show through.
The South Carolina House already approved a new map on Wednesday. The Senate takes it up for a vote next, which could happen as early as today. Apple has agreed to a $250 million settlement to resolve claims that it misled consumers about artificial intelligence features in its latest iPhones. If you qualify, you could get a piece of that pie. You have to submit a claim confirming that you purchased one of the eligible devices with enhanced Siri features. Check Apple's website for details. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures still on the bright side this morning. Dow futures are plus 179. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Wow, it's really slow on westbound 24 this morning because of an accident in Antioch. It's before Harding Place, and 3 left lanes are blocked off by it this morning. It is very slow. Laverne all the way into Nashville this morning, especially up to that spot where the accident is. Again, it's 24 west before Harding Place, and 3 left lanes are blocked off. The right entrance lane is blocked off on 40 eastbound at Charlotte's Pike by another accident. Got one on 24 eastbound in Joelton. This is past Whites Creek Pike, and one as well in Royal Hill on Stewart's Ferry Pike at Blackwood Drive. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.806 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on into a Friday. It is May 8th, and, it's kind of funny, actually, Joan, that you chose not to show up for work today because...
Wait a minute, I'm working right now, am I not?
Well, yeah, but, I chose to show up to work today to honor Sam as he is getting ready to walk down the graduation aisle.
Yeah.
That's why I showed up today, to honor Sam. You refusing to honor Sam, you decided to stay home. He actually, for folks watching on Super Talk TV, he's got his little hat on with the little tassel thing.
His little hat on.
With his little tassel thing.
Anything's little on my massive dome.
So, so I showed up. Sam, I appreciate your efforts.
Sam, I appreciate your efforts.
Oh, I
really, Sam? Because which one showed up today? That's my question. Which one is here for you today, Sam? That would be me.
Are you even mildly curious as to the fight song of the Austin Peay Governors? It's called Smash Bang.
Why do I care about this? Oh, that's where you're graduating from. I am so terrible. Wait, Joe, did you know that he went to Austin Peay?
Yeah.
You liar. Oh,
Look,
my God.
Once a gov, always a gov.
She's looking on the stream because it's on my shirt.
I am.
Is that what it is? Yeah. All right. Very good. By the way, you know who else cared that Sam is graduating today? Wally from Wally's Bean Machine.
He does?
He brought in a bunch of donuts.
He did?
Yeah,
I missed it?
There's 6 boxes of Krispy Kremes.
Dude brought in 6 boxes of Krispy Kreme donuts.
I wonder if he delivers to Manchester.
No, he doesn't, actually.
3 of those boxes are just for me. My gown is not going to fit later.
But that's okay. So Sam basically Jones said that he is going to go to the kitchen, leave his post, and go get some donuts. Is my audio up, Sam? My audio up? Make sure my audio is up. Very good. Anyway, so there you go. He go ahead, get your donut. Go ahead. Forget about your job. Go on. That's what and Joan, your audio's playing. So
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. See, this is what happens on a Friday.
No, that's not my audio.
Where's that coming from? Okay, so Sam.
That's really weird.
Where is that coming from? Sam left. Okay, Sam. Okay, this is the situation we're now in.
Yes.
Sam has run to the kitchen to get donuts, and he's left Fox News on the board
Playing
somehow.
in the background. Yeah, isn't that so weird?
What am I going to do now? Now I can do literally nothing because it's not my computer.
I don't even know where it's coming from.
It's got to be coming from. This is terrible.
Yeah.
And I gave him permission to go and. This is what happens when he graduates. He gets too highfalutin for his own darn job. Sam, he just got back in. Sam, you've got audio playing on the board somehow, dude. I asked for very little. There's audio playing on the board somewhere. Oh, look, it's gone. That tells you, Joan, that it was Sam.
It wasn't me.
No.
Yes.
I'm over here blaming Joan.
Yeah.
Sam is double fisting donuts.
Sam, are you gonna be okay?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. Best donut. Krispy Kreme donuts.
See, I'm not a fan.
You're not a fan of Krispy Kreme?
No. You know what I like?
I've heard you're also a Nazi.
Of course I am.
I've also heard you don't believe in Santa Claus.
Or the Easter Bunny.
Or the Easter Bunny or UAPs.
Mm-hmm.
That's Joan
donut
Jones.
would be Krispy Kreme when they're hot, or
You know what
Shipley's if you can get it.
You know what I want? Have you ever been to an Amish market where they have like the maple bacon that's cream filled?
Oh, yeah.
Like that kind of a donut. That's my kind
Shipley's
of donut.
had those.
So you like the big heavy donuts?
Oh yeah, look at me. I'm a big heavy dude.
Well, I'm talking about Joan.
Oh.
And Joan's not a big heavy
I'm not
dude.
a big heavy dude, but yeah, I like them. Oh, of course, I would eat that and then not eat for a week, but that's okay.
Thus is the female plight.
So here's my current conundrum. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
So I've been dealing with Justin Jones, literally, and Justin Pearson, like all morning long, off and on, right? So now there's people on the super text line that are like, aren't you going to talk about Justin Pearson and Justin Jones? This is what drives me nuts, because they're just getting in the car now or just tuning in now, and they have not yet heard me on my amazing award-winning soliloquy as far as how much Justin Pearson is an idiot. So do I have to do this again? I do have some audio that I played in the 5 o'clock hour that I can play again here and kind of just, for me, put a cap on this. I don't know if there's anything left to say other than clearly Justin Pearson, who, by the way, when we were talking about aliens, you know, Chris Hand texted me.
Yeah.
Justin Pearson is an alien.
Okay, I'm all for that.
Yeah, listen. Anyway. Well, I don't know if he's an alien, but he probably likes illegal aliens, you know, because he's a Democrat and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, I've been texting back and forth with actually other state lawmakers this morning about how they were horrified at what happened yesterday. I mean, I was just on CNN. CNN's on in the studio here. They're one of their lead stories is what happened here in Tennessee yesterday. So one of the things that you've got to mention, obviously, and we talked about all of this, is that what Justin Pearson wanted to do when he was bellowing at that Tennessee Highway Patrol officer was that he wanted to be arrested. I want to interview the THP trooper. That's who I want to interview. So I don't know if he probably won't talk to me, not because he doesn't like me, but he probably doesn't like me, but probably because they won't let him talk to me. But I would love to know the amount of spittle that left Justin Pearson's mouth onto his face, and should that be considered assault? Now, Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson was on with Murphy's show. This is audio only, and he said that he was horrified at what happened yesterday.
And it saddens me. It saddens me that we lost all decorum in the state Senate. Our Democratic colleagues decided to disrupt the proceedings and inflame people that were there in the gallery, and I've certainly been there when there were disruptions in the gallery, and the state troopers had to come in and remove people who were screaming or yelling, and that's going to happen from time to time. But to have our own members of the body who serve in the Senate to just throw all of our rules of decorum out the window and just let proceedings devolve into total chaos, that saddens me. It's beneath the dignity of the Senate. We can disagree. And we do frequently, and we have vigorous debates, and that's what we should do. That's what our constituents elect us to do. But to stand up on your desk and start screaming, as one of our members did today, is an absolute disgrace to the state Senate and to the General Assembly, and I'm ashamed.
You know what the thing is? This clearly, truly is the state of the Democrat Party. Did you hear AOC? We're going to do AOC next. Joan, you and I were talking about what she said earlier about AOC and who came up with democracy. Remember this whole thing?
Oh, yes.
Oh, my goodness gracious. So I've got some great audio from AOC coming up right after the traffic on WTN. All right, as far as your weather goes, sunny today and 75. As far as the weekend goes, it is, by the way, Mother's Day weekend.
Right.
And it's going to be sunny the rest of the day today. We may be getting some rain on Sunday night.
Right. And the in-between day, if you're Saturday, 79 degrees, just a few clouds, a little bit cloudy on Sunday as well, and then maybe a little rain shower in the evening. So, take mom out early, have a nice day early, and head indoors.
There you go. All right, very good. AOC talking about democracy, and let me pull this over here. I got video and audio. This is Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez.
There are very few real archetypes of, in my opinion, truly what America is all about. I think about the civil rights and voting rights movement and how Black Americans really created democracy in this country.
That's
But Black Americans, now listen, no offense to Black Americans, but wasn't it the Greeks that actually created democracy?
Yeah.
And then if you want to talk about, literally here in America, the Founding Fathers, Thomas Jefferson, they're the ones that came up with the Constitution. So I don't know what is she talking about when she says that Black people came up with democracy in this? I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, like Joan and Sam. What am I missing? Maybe she's got a point where she's, I don't know. Is there any world in which she is right when she says that in America, Black people came up with democracy?
No.
No, Joan? Anyone? Anyone
Never
far smarter than me?
No.
Okay,
No.
nobody. All right, well, let's see if she finds any logic.
Exactly right. How they literally made something from nothing. It is just beyond me. I think about how, Native people have survived and preserved and treasured their culture. I think about, and I think many of us think about immigrants, which if you aren't from one of those first two populations, you are certainly from largely the third. And so many of us,
Is it just me, or is she clearly she's leaving out white people,
she's
right?
suggesting
Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
So Black people invented democracy
and are native, right? She's
Yeah.
also saying they're equal to Native Americans.
Native Americans, of course, something about preserving their culture. Okay. I mean, I don't want to go down the road of the challenges of the Native American community and the alcoholism and some of the problems that they have. I don't want to be a Danny Downer on a Friday, but I'm trying to grasp where she's going with this. Because, sometimes the people like AOC and some of these other people, they talk in these grandiose ideas, and I'm thinking, okay, what am I missing here? Maybe genuinely there's something that I'm missing here, but I think the only thing I'm missing is her logic, because she doesn't really have any.
have our story of our parents, our grandparents, our great-great-grandparents, and so on and so forth, and who come and make something from nothing. And I think that's a big part of also the most inspiring elements of what America is all about.
And the funny thing is, and this is well-worn territory, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but my grandparents came here legally. I think they were even, came in, Statue of Liberty, signed the book, the whole thing. I mean, that was my grandmother coming over from Greece, and some of my relatives coming over from Greece, Ellis Island. So does Chris think that Ellis Island doesn't exist? I forget his whole thing. He hates Chris hates the Statue of Liberty. That's right. We'll talk to him about that.
He hates it. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, Chris has a whole thing about the Statue of Liberty. Have you never heard Chris Hand's anti-Statue of Liberty rant?
Wow. No, I have not.
Oh, you've got to hear it.
This sounds interesting.
No. Actually, you know what? It sounds
Does it make
crazy.
sense? Yeah.
It sounds crazy. But then when he gets into it, it's like, oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll revisit that coming up at 8:35.
Okay.
Anyway, so, she's talking about immigrants and all this kind of stuff, but nowhere is she talking about illegal immigration, which is what for conservatives, that is our big problem. And I think when you talk to people who are legal in this country. They did it the legal way. They came in the legal way. My family, immigrants coming into America the legal way from Greece, and that's how my family came over. But they did. They went through Ellis Island and the whole thing, which is why you want to talk about people who are angry at all of the illegal immigration that her party caused, that AOC's party caused. Well, okay, they're angry because they see all of these millions of other people taking those darn shortcuts.
I figured out what she was saying.
Okay, what is she saying?
She's saying everybody that is not white, good. Everybody that is white, bad. That's what she's saying. She's saying in a very loop around, run around.
Yeah, okay. So
explanation.
that's what I kind of figured. It's like anybody notice she's talking about black people and Native Americans and immigrants, but if you're just some white dude whose family came over from Greece, I guess you're not part of the chosen few, according to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, which is, I mean, if that's how she wants to play it, that's all fine, well, and good. But I would just, remind people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez that, we pay a lot of taxes, and that's why the demonization. That's what happened with Mamdani, where he starts, going after the millionaires and the billionaires in New York, and he starts castigating them and talking about how they're not welcome and we're going to tax the living crap out of them. And they say, screw it. You don't appreciate us? We'll leave. I mean, there's constant non-appreciation of number one, Native people who were born here in America who are white, and the constant demonization of people, like me and like a lot of you. It is just, it gets a little frustrating. And then when they get all loopy around, what they're talking about, how black people invented democracy. It's like, what do you? I don't even understand what they're talking about right now, because it doesn't make any sense. I feel like I may have missed a college course or something where they're talking about humanities or whatever it is. But at least to me, they're just showing, in my opinion, their own intolerance and ignorance. But whatever. It is 8:23 on Super Talk. Did that make any sense to you, Joan, the whole AOC thing?
Yeah.
AOC
but when I heard her talking about, our parents came here and our grandparents and our great-grandparents, and they built something. All I can think about is Obama saying, you didn't build that. You didn't build that, I built that. Well, you taxpayers over there built that.
That's what actually came to mind when I heard that the first time as well. So anyway, congratulations, AOC. You make no more sense than you ever have. All right, 8:23, Joan's got the news coming up at 8:30. Joan.
Yeah, we'll tell you which news organization claims that Iran can still tread water with the U.S. bombing it, and it can stay there for months. It's coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Check, 1, 2.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and the ink is barely dry on Governor Bill Lee's signature, which made the new congressional districts law. And it comes now with the announcement of who will run for the seat that's now held by Democrat Steve Cohen.
Minutes after the Tennessee Senate passed the new proposed congressional map redrawing district lines, Republican Senator Brent Taylor announced his campaign to run for Tennessee's 9th congressional district, currently represented by Democratic Congressman Steve Cohen. In a statement announcing his campaign for Congress, Taylor attacked Representative Justin Pearson and Congressman Cohen, saying, quote, "Woke Justin Pearson and weak Steve Cohen have incited the radical liberals who have attempted to destroy Memphis."
That's WREG's Caitlin Barker. President Trump says the ceasefire in the Middle East is holding despite an attempted Iranian attack on U.S. Navy destroyers and a response from the U.S. military that saw strikes on Iranian command and control centers as well as missile launch sites.
New concern the stalemate in the Middle East could drag on. The Washington Post reports U.S. intelligence believes Iran could outlast the U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports for months, potentially giving Iran more leverage in the ongoing standoff.
That's ABC's Perry Russum. Meantime, the Wall Street Journal reports that the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran's nuclear infrastructure have set that country's nuclear hopes back by about 2 years. You want to check the pantry for some snacks that have been recalled due to possible contamination with salmonella. The snacks are Fisher, Squirrel Brand, and Southern Style Nuts, Good and Gather products too. All of them sold at Target stores around the country. Now, the problem is with the seasoning used in the snack. There are trail mix products recalled too. I've added that article to my X feed. If you'd like more information, check me out on X at Joan Jones WTN. We just found out that U.S. payrolls increased last month by 115,000, and that was far more than expected. The unemployment rate now at 4.3%, and that's sent stocks up this morning in the early going. We've got the Dow Jones Industrials up 175 points to start the day. That's the latest news. You've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Look at Joan, Dan Mandis here, and you know how many ways we can lose power, right? You've got ice and ice storms and snow and tornadoes, but there's one surefire way to get that power back on: a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. Now, that's right. The Generator Supercenter is the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. They feature turnkey installation, certified electricians and plumbers, maintenance and service after the install, and a whole lot more. Now, let me tell you basically how it's going to work. The power goes out in your neighborhood. The power in your home is going to turn right back on thanks to your backup generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. Now, if you're one of the many families talking about a backup generator, talk to the pros at the Generator Supercenter. This is my place for backup home standby generators. And by the way, another reason to love the Generator Supercenter, their generators are made right here in the U.S. of A. They'll never leave you in the dark, and financing is available. Yes, they are waiting for your call. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. It is 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. Find them online anytime, Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com, Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com.
You still got an accident this morning in Inglewood. It's on Gallatin Pike at Briley Parkway. 24 westbound before Sam Ridley Parkway, there's a crash and it's on the right shoulder. But the big backup that was earlier this morning in the I guess that was in the Antioch area. It looks like it's been cleared away and the lanes are now moving. You've got 40 heading into Nashville this morning. A little bit slow, especially at the merge with 24. Looks like things are starting to smooth out on 24 and 65 from the north. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8:35, Super Talk 99.7.
What happened?
We're back on.
Oh, are we back? Sorry. Okay, so here's what's going
He
on.
went to go get a donut.
No, you can use those, Wally. We have, we've had a bit of a situation in the studio. I'm trying to deal with it. Wally's here
Wally,
from Wally's
do you
Bean
deliver
Machine.
to Manchester?
You know what? Go ahead and I guess use that one. There we go. We got Wally's mic on. Let's make sure Wally's mic is on.
Chris,
Wally,
there we
speak.
go. Hello, hello.
There you go.
There we go. All right.
Wally,
Wally, speak. He's not a dog.
Sorry, it's my bad.
It's all good.
So it's kind of funny, actually. You brought in some Krispy Kreme donuts. Sam has had now 6.
Wow.
6.
Can you believe that?
Now, you know what the funny thing, though, Sam, is that...
You will not shame me at any point, by the way. I will embrace this with pride.
He's wearing the hat, too. I like it.
Oh, my goodness. Here's what's funny. On the day that Sam is graduating from college, he is wearing a Krispy Kreme hat.
After downing a half a box.
Oh,
After downing
congratulations.
a half a box, yeah. Wally from Wally's Bean Machine. Did you graduate college?
No, I did not.
Okay, so neither did I.
Okay,
And
there you
we
go.
both seem to be doing pretty well. Joe, did you graduate college?
I went to college and
That's a no. Apparently that's a no.
I thought I finished college and they tell me I didn't and I never went back because I had a career going. So
Wait, what?
yeah, it's a long story, but they said that I didn't finish some classes, but I didn't know it until years later. So when I went back and I said, hey, wait a minute, I want you to look at this again and this again. And they said, well, you're going to have to take the classes all over again. I was like, no.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those commies.
Yeah.
Do you know what's so funny? Not only did I drop out of college, I also dropped out of broadcasting school. So I couldn't even...
Interesting.
I'm just amazed that you lived in an era when those were separate.
Preceding... Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think about that.
Preceding...
the Columbia School of Broadcasting, right?
It was that kind of a thing. It was LA
Yeah.
Broadcasters, and they're on Hollywood Boulevard before Hollywood Boulevard was full of junkies and prostitutes. And so, yeah, I flunked out of both, man. I don't know. I was so broke, I couldn't afford the classes. And the classes that I was able to try to take, I couldn't take because I had to work. So my mom was so mad at me. My mom was so mad at me because, she was trying to pay off this broadcasting school, which, by the way, my mom thought the broadcasting school was akin to like snake oil, right? That she's like, she wasn't into radio. She had no idea. She listens to John Denver on 8 tracks in her car. I mean, she was like, what do you talk radio? She just had no idea.
That's awesome.
But she tried to pay. She tried to pay for that money with a couple of $1,000s, actually, is what it cost way back when.
Wow.
And
it's
I
like
didn't.
stone tablets. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Oh, look, Chris Hand is here. Hey, Chris, the segment begins at like 8:37. Chris is late. How you doing, buddy? So Chris Hand is walking in as well, and so we got to figure out where.
I know.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna have to do. Yeah, Wally, you jump over there. You jump over to that microphone.
You could just stay right where you are.
Hey, Chris.
Also, you were late to the segment too, by the way.
This
don't shame me because I was listening because I was in the car.
I was busy doing something.
Oh,
yeah, no, I really was.
I managed to eat 6 donuts and I was on time.
Sam has eaten 6 donuts, like 6 Krispy Kreme donuts.
One for every year he spent at college.
Pretty much. I have 2 associate degrees, and this is my first batch. So yeah, pretty much.
That is great.
Well, very good.
So witty.
Here's what I would like to do is on the super text line, I would like people to give Sam, because it is Sam's graduation today, as I'm sure that you've heard. He's mentioned it a time or two today. I don't know if you know that, Chris.
Actually, I never mentioned it. I just started playing the music and put my hat on, and you mentioned it.
Did he mention the give, send, go he's got for his college debt? Can we drop the link on YouTube or Facebook for Sam?
$0. $0 in debt.
$0 in debt?
Yeah.
Good for you.
That's good.
Your parents?
Now, their credit card bill is probably pretty high.
Okay, very good. I was going to say, you sure didn't pay for that college on radio money.
What we did is we made a deal. We made a deal about the college.
No, very good. So I want to go around the room, and Wally, you'll get to be last. But I want to go around the room, and I'm going to go first. And I want all of us to give Sam maybe some, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 seconds worth of life advice after, now that he's graduating in college. And what can Sam glean from our life experience?
Let me preface this with, I'm already married and have a mortgage.
Okay. Don't get married and don't buy a house. That was going to be mine. I'm totally kidding.
You already messed up.
I know.
I'm totally kidding, Mrs. Sam. But no, my piece of advice, get out of radio.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
I'm
Don't
sorry.
listen to him.
But
I got that advice 20 years ago, and I'm doing okay.
I actually got that advice, too. I got that advice 40 years ago. I've told the story of the guy in the Hawaiian shirt at the LA broadcasters that I'm talking about who told me I'd never make it in radio.
Come on, man.
That's exactly right. He's probably dead now. But anyway, whatever. So, yeah, I did. You know what? Ignore my advice, Sam. But I'm just saying, you're better than radio. I see Sam. Here's what I want for Sam. I want Sam to go to law school and get a highfalutin law degree and go earn millions of dollars. And then next time I get sued, you can represent me. Chris, what's your
do
advice?
Pro bono.
Well, I was thinking of doing something sarcastic.
Yeah, like what?
Well, I decided not to. I'll give you real advice, and this is the best advice that I've ever learned the hard way.
Yes.
Don't identify as anything people can take away from you. So don't let your job become your identity. Only let your identity be things that are yours and yours alone. So for me, it's
family,
my Christian faith. It's my
Yep.
family. I'm a father.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that I learned the hard way. And don't do that. And I have many friends that, they didn't go and get the family. They didn't have the kids, and they threw their lives into work. And then one day, budget cuts come, and everything that you thought you were has been taken away from you by somebody that doesn't know you. You're just numbers on a spreadsheet. That's the best advice that I could give anyone. Don't identify with anything that somebody can take away from you.
Well, Joan comes up with hers 4886. Never finance anything. 4896. Sam,
There you
don't
go.
fry bacon naked.
I learned that one the hard way already. Too late.
It's good advice, though.
Sally says, Sam, this is my life advice. It ends at some point. Joan? What is your life advice for Sam as he graduates? And by the way, we should have some of your stupid graduation music you've been playing all morning long.
Yeah.
Annoying the living crap out of the host.
What's
I think you
different
should-
then?
That's a great point. That's why I want him to get out of radio. Totally kidding. Totally kidding. All right, so Sam, what is your life advice? Joan, what is your life advice to Sam?
Well, after Chris is really super, I love that advice. That's like perfect. The only thing I would say, there are two things. Make sure you take your shirt off before you iron it. That's not a good idea to iron your shirt while you have it on. And don't give up on your dreams. Just keep on sleeping.
The problem is I don't know what Sam's dreams are. That's number one.
Delusions of grandeur.
Okay, good. Hey, Joan, can I steam my shirt with it on, or is that
No,
the same?
you may not.
I
No.
can't even steam it.
Steam will also hurt.
We call that an extra steamy mandis.
Wally?
A steaming pile of mandis.
A steaming pile of mandis.
Sorry.
Wow, that is so good. Let's see here. Yeah, JT says, Dan, didn't your dad tell you to get out of radio? Yes, he did. My dad. My mom actually did too, to be honest with you. Happy Mother's Day, Mom. Doing fine in radio, Mom. Anyway, Wally?
Stay true to who you are.
Stay true to who you are.
Stay in that lane. Never get out. take care of your family, stay close to your family, take care of your wife. Do you have kids yet?
No, that's what we've financially been waiting on that.
Yeah, and take care of your kids.
You got to step up, dude. You'll never be able to afford the kids.
Don't save up to have kids because you'll never have them. So just have
Step
kids.
out in faith, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Just always.
I can't do it by myself, Sam. We need you.
And save money when you can.
Money's fake, though.
That's what the wife's for. I'm terrible with money. She bankrolls things. She puts things in accounts. I just, hey, here, honey, is what I made.
Spend.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah.
I can spend money like I was raised in.
I've noticed.
Beverly Hills, like by a spoiled rich dad.
Sam spent like 3 weeks telling me about the guns he was going to buy. Like literally 3 weeks.
I had to narrow it down.
I'm in the middle of a monologue and he's telling me about his guns.
I love
Like,
it.
you know, I mean, good for you on buying the guns.
Yeah.
True Southerner, right?
That's exactly right.
There's never too many guns.
Never.
That's true.
Never too many
That's right.
guns. And Sam, more life advice from me.
Don't give your wife a big enough caliber to hurt you.
Shoot straight. No, shoot straight.
I think you don't mean that as far as guns.
That's like
do
a
you?
double entendre, guys.
Ah, yes.
Shoot straight. He's a straight shooter.
Exactly.
Come on, I cannot, guys, I cannot be the smartest person in the room. Trust me.
We know.
Dr. Cohen.
We'll definitely trust you.
Wally, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here?
What's going on? So Wally comes in.
Yep.
And we all love Wally's Bean Machine, of course. It is what powers Nashville's morning news.
Wally'sBeanMachine.com.
That's exactly right. And then all of a sudden, here's Wally with a bunch of donuts.
Well, yeah, of course. I bring both types of crack for you. That's all. You know?
That's
I love
right.
it. I know. But before we start, it's Mother's Day, so I have to say, Happy Mother's Day to everybody out there. My mom is listening this morning.
Hi, Mom.
So,
Hi,
hello,
Mom.
Mom. Love you.
Mom, we love Wally, and not only because he brings us crack, but because he's also a great American who comes from an incredible family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a lot of history, especially with my mom. You know, she had her own radio show back in the day, long time ago, and she used to do like tours for the Grand Ole Opry. She is the true historian in our family. She knows everything and anything about Nashville, and yeah, it's pretty impressive. So,
Does she play an instrument?
no, she doesn't.
Okay.
No, yeah,
All right.
yeah, but yeah,
Did you get Mom something for Mother's Day?
I will see. You know, here's what's funny. So, I didn't know what to do all week long, and I haven't asked Dave yet. But her whole thing, she wanted to come up here to the station this weekend to see the coffee machine in the studios. That's what she wanted for Mother's Day.
How cool is that?
Hey, Mom,
I love that.
aim higher.
Yeah.
She doesn't listen. She doesn't. You don't have to sneak in during the weekend. Come in. I would love to
That's
meet
so
your mom.
weird because I got my wife the same thing. So everybody's doing it.
Everybody wants to see the. Actually, do you know what's so funny? Do you know Amy, my wife Amy, wanted a video of Wally's Bean Machine? She did.
So funny.
She's
Oh,
like,
my
she's
gosh.
like, hey, send me a pic. I'm like, really? She says, yeah, of the Bean Machine, you idiot. And so
Not a
that's what
Swalwell style pick.
Not a Swalwell style pick or
Not
video.
those
No,
beans, Dan.
not those beans.
Oh my God. Dog.
So anyway, yeah. So everybody has been curious. I do need to do that. I need to do a video of Wally's Bean Machine. So people, as we talk about it a lot, and by the way, if you are a business and you want to turbocharge or upgrade your office's coffee, you know, make your employees as happy as we are here at WTN. Do you know what we realized earlier? The only reason Sam is staying post graduation is because of Wally's Bean Machine.
That's it.
That's
he would have been gone.
It's a huge selling point, I will say.
That's exactly right. So make your employees happy and go to wallysbeanmachine.com.
Oh my gosh.
And it's not just that. You're getting someone that cares, like the attention. We joke about, what was it, Raccoon Espresso on the Murphy Show. We come back in, the name's been changed to Raccoon Espresso. Freedom Vanilla on Nashville's Morning News. It's Freedom Vanilla in the coffee machine. It's just awesome to hear the feedback and see it put into place.
Oh, and I appreciate it. And that's why I'm here today, because I don't know how much time we have before the break, but
You're fine.
I came today to thank y'all. I don't even know we went from like 0 to 100 miles an hour just in the 2.5 months that we've done radio. It's unbelievable. I've never seen a return like that before.
Really?
Or anything that I've done, like,
very cool.
advertising wise. So, and just
I love it.
yeah, I mean, it's incredible. I mean, the personal endorsements that y'all give, just the extra that, and the other thing, like the reasonable rates that radio are nowadays is incredible. I mean, I don't even know how to explain that to somebody.
Well,
it's very reasonable. So,
Chris, do you want to tell them or should I?
I'm
So
not
you
gonna
know
do it.
you know that Chris, me, Sam, and Joan, we all get 25% of the profits each, right?
Oh,
so
okay, cool.
I guess nobody told you that.
no, that's fine. That's cool.
And
Well, that-
guess what? Nobody told me either. So
That's great.
Sorry, that was my bad.
Blame Chris. Well, that's very cool. So your business is blown up thanks to WTN.
100 times.
That's
It's-
awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible, and
I love it.
And I've read a lot of reports. Like more people are listening to radio now than ever before because they're starving for real information, not just scrolling or going on the internet. They want real people, real time. They're starting to fade from that.
Yeah.
And radio is the quickest and easiest, cheapest way to do it, right? And so I think people are really, locking into that situation.
That's what they say about me and Chris. Cheap.
Cheap.
We're like cheap labor.
Yeah,
No,
cheap
man,
and easy.
We're like cheap labor. Did you when you started down this road of advertising on the radio? Did you actually have any idea of what it entailed?
Not real. Well, maybe just a little bit, but not like,
Yeah.
seeing like the programs and everything where somebody has to hand do all that, inlay everything where every spot that it goes, checking everything, being able to talk to y'all, understand, doing, the live spots or doing, Chris doing the advertising, things like that, what it takes, I mean, it's still pretty complicated and it takes a lot of people to run a radio. I mean, it's really interesting.
Yeah.
So,
Well, the thing that I love about what I'm hearing is that when I first met you and I heard your story and sampled the product, my first thought, and I know that Chris and I agreed because we talked about the same thing. This is a guy that we want to help.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that you're one, we're all simpatico on how we feel, politically, but also just your incredible story and the story of your family. And I am so thrilled to hear that, your advertising here on WTN has been, has worked out so well.
I think one of the cool things about all of our advertisers is that they don't hate the audience.
Exactly.
You're not going to advertise on WTN unless you're patriotic, unafraid, and bold. And that goes for Wally, but that goes for all of our endorsers and all of our clients that are willing to, to a certain extent, put their neck on the line by even having their name associated with some of the things that we say.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I've had a lot of, I don't know how many phone calls, right? It's just off the charts. And we don't get to go see everybody because we, give them pricing or whatever. It's not their deal. But the amount of people that have called from like really left businesses that want us, that listen to the radio, people in their offices listen to us. And so, yeah, it's really interesting. It's like, I get the phone call and I see it pop up and I'm like, there's no way they want coffee, right? And they do, but it's in, different places. And we're talking major institutions here in Nashville.
Sure.
Let's go.
Yeah.
That's
And
huge.
they listen to WTN. They just do it secretly, I guess.
I like that.
Well,
Listen, secretly or otherwise.
It's because we bring hot takes. Anti-Statue of Liberty takes.
I was about to say,
Oh, here we go.
Okay, you got to do it really quick.
1797, there was a famous painting of Lucifer. If you look at that painting of Lucifer, it mimics the Statue of Liberty, which was put there in 1875. It was given to us by France. Nobody cares about France. Give it back. Melt it down. So we should let crackheads take the copper from it and do what they will with it. Also, the poem that was added at the feet of the Statue of Liberty was added later for propaganda purposes. It was never there originally. Anti-Statue of Liberty rant in 30 seconds or less.
So, Wally, if you like, I will start doing your commercials whenever you want.
It's fine.
Statue of Liberty is a scam.
It's fine.
Because you don't want to be
It's a
affiliated with
scam.
Chris.
It's a scam.
Well, all right. Well, Wally, so glad that things are going well for you.
Right. Yeah. How much time we got?
We got another 90 seconds.
90 seconds? Okay. So I have an announcement. I made it with Dave. So we've been working on it.
Oh, okay.
Trying to, keep the machine here because, we had our trial or whatever. So we're going to work all the details out, but we're going to be the first sponsor for the podcast.
Oh, let's go.
Check that out.
Wow.
Mostly Peaceful, powered by
That's what
Wally's
it's
Bean
called.
Machine.
Yep.
Mostly Peaceful, powered by Wally's Bean Machine. I love it. Well, thank you, Wally.
We appreciate that, man.
No,
Thank you
it's
so
great.
much.
No, thank you all for having us and thank you for doing everything. And hey, whatever I can do for y'all know that. So
I'm not going to tell Wally that I was about to quit doing the podcast.
Oh, well. Okay.
Well, now you
I'm
can't.
totally kidding. I'm totally kidding.
That just saved me a whole lot of money. So there we go.
No, that's so glad that so glad. People, by the way, real quick, people want to know: do you have a home version?
I don't. It's so.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah, I know. I've been asking the manufacturer
Yeah.
to do something like that so
Yep.
we can bring in, because we could do a home service very easily in Nashville because it's just that clientele, right?
Yeah.
And so we've been working on it. I just don't know how long it's going to take, but I will make, if we come up with that, I'll make sure everybody gets it. So.
Awesome. All right, very cool. Wally, thank you very much.
guys.
I
Thank
so
you,
much
guys.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Did you see the text? It said Justin Pearson must have been on Raccoon Espresso yesterday. Triple shot.
Joan, real quick, what's coming up in the news?
Yes, some really good numbers on the jobs picture in the U.S. to tell you about and how it's working on the stocks this morning. It's all coming up at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis. You know, for a long time, you've been hearing me talk about Contours LLC and their red light technology that works to remove belly fat. But today, I want to talk to you about some other applications that you can use that red light technology for, courtesy of Contours LLC. Now, a few months ago, my buddy Keith over at Contours got me talking about my face and the, what I not so affectionately call, the fault lines on either side of my mouth. And they drive me crazy. They're like deep gorges that have been around my cheeks for a long time. And the other thing is I work a lot, so my eyes always have bags under them as well, and I'm always looking tired. Well, so Keith at Contours dared me to take the Mandis challenge. He bet me that he could get rid of the wrinkles and the blemishes and the fault lines. And I said, okay, let's go ahead and give it a shot. And Keith is right. After a couple of months of doing red light technology on my face, courtesy of Contours, those fault lines have indeed faded. And I got to tell you that I'm really happy with Contours, whether we're talking about the lines on my face or whether we're talking about my belly. I feel like I look a lot younger and a lot better thanks to my friends at Contours. Now, it didn't hurt. It didn't take a long time, and it was totally relaxing. So you need to give it a try as well. Try it for yourself. Call Contours right now. Tell them I told you to reach out. Contours LLC, 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. Book online at contoursllc.com. First 10 callers right now can come in and try their facial for just $99. Because remember, all you've got to lose is some years off your face. Hey, it's Dan Mandis for USS United Structural Systems. You ever hear the phrase, time is money? Well, that's especially true when it comes to home repairs. As in, the more time it takes for you to fix something, the more money it takes to fix it. Now, whether it's foundation repair, concrete leveling, or waterproofing, oftentimes time is of the essence. Now, USS knows that, which is why they want to give you options. Fix it now. Pay it later. That's right. Now, you can't just sit around and wait for the economy to get better before fixing and maintaining your home, because these issues do get worse over time, and that means that it could cost you more money to fix. That is why USS is now offering 24 months no-interest financing options, because they do know the perils of waiting. Now, they've been out to my house before. I'm one of their thousands of satisfied clients, and you need to call them if you need some foundation repair, some waterproofing, maybe some concrete leveling. But remember, you can get 24 months no-interest financing options to get you the peace of mind you need now, and the payments come later. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com.